Welcome to the February 23rd regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission at our beautiful historic City Hall at 151 Martin Street. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bingham.
Mayor Ballard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long? Is absent? Is he absent all day?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hay?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Cole?
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Here.
Commissioner Long? Here.
Great, thank you. As Mayor Pro Tem Long, with no E, is honeymooning in Egypt. Egypt?
Yes.
We will need to appoint a temporary Mayor Pro Tem. I will nominate Mayor Long, or Commissioner Long, with an E, and I would need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We have three in favor. Commissioner Host, I didn't see your hand. Did you vote in
Mr.
favor? Cole.
He sits over there.
I'm sorry. Did you get the vote?
I did not.
Okay, let's do it again. All those in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Those opposed? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2. Thank you. We move on to announcements and proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, and appointments. Oaths of office. Introduction of guests. We have a couple of announcements. One is from the Oakland County's Treasurer's Office, foreclosure prevention. The Treasurer's Office of Oakland County is in the final stretch of its foreclosure prevention efforts. The tax foreclosure deadline for the 2023 and/or prior year taxes is on March 31st, 2026. That means if these taxes aren't paid off by March 31st, or any interested party hasn't entered into a repayment schedule with the Oakland County Treasurer's Office by then, the property will be foreclosed. So this is a very important notice for anyone who hasn't paid their taxes for 2023. Since December of 2025, the Treasurer's Office has conducted over 1,000 taxpayer assistance meetings to assist taxpayers with keeping their properties by working with them to get on a repayment schedule and/or by identifying resources that may be beneficial to them and their situation. We are here to help and strongly encourage taxpayers to contact us before the tax foreclosure deadline if they have delinquent taxes for 2023 and/or prior tax years. Taxpayers interested in scheduling a taxpayer assistance meeting should call 248-858-0611, or they may visit www.oakgov.com/treasurer. We also, I want to highlight again our public portal, which is a place where you can see our commission agendas and the packet that we look at. And I'd like to invite anyone watching, members of the public, including everyone here tonight, to use the city's new board portal to view the city commission agendas and meeting packet materials. The packet is this very large, may I?
Yes.
This is what we get every 2 weeks for our meeting, and it's quite large, and it contains a lot of files. They're separate files. It's compiled, but our new portal makes it very easy to access that information. So if you're here for a particular item and you want to access it, you actually can do that on your phone or on a tablet if you have it. The way to do it is navigate to bham.gov/commission and scroll down to agenda and minutes, and you'll see a little button that says view today. That'll bring today's meeting right up. You can then navigate through the packet using the overview or meeting files. It's going to take some getting used to, but it is very intuitive. And one tech tip is you can use your fingers to scroll in and out or zoom in and out to be able to see the stuff. So there's probably some things on there you might be interested in. With that, we're going to move to our consent agenda. Oh, wait, we have appointments. I'm sorry. I'm a little... Got it. Okay, so we have student board appointments tonight. Wow. Was I...
Impressed.
impressed.
Very impressed.
Impressed with these. We have appointments to, student appointments to the Historic District Commission and Design Review Board, to the Museum Board, and the Parks and Recreation Board. How do we handle these? Do we have a staff report on this? Or do we ask them to come up if they're here?
I think all three.
Bring them straight up. So Claire Akins, are you here? Claire? Oh.
0 for 1.
Boy, I was hoping she'd show up. Antonia Lawrence, are you here? Antonia, come on up. You are applying for the museum board. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the museum board?
Sure. Hi, I'm Antonia. I'm 16, I'm a junior, and I wanted to apply to the museum board because I like history in school, and I think it's nice to kind of see like the local history. I think it's nice to see the local history, and like, because in school we mostly focus on like worldwide stuff, but local history is more about who we are as a community.
And what school do you go to?
I go to International Academy.
And there was a time when you weren't much interested in history, right?
Yeah, I didn't really like it in like 5th and 6th grade because my teacher didn't really make it that interesting, but.
You've seen the light. Good. Well, I'm sure we all were impressed with your application.
Very much.
So, and we haven't, do we nominate? What do we do on the students? Do we?
You can just make a simple resolution.
For all of them.
Okay.
all one time,
All right,
yeah.
thanks. Sorry, I'm a little, this is not a typical one. So does anybody have any questions for Antonia? No? Okay. Sienna, are you here? Sienna Weinberg? Come on up, Sienna. You're applying for the Parks and Recreation Board, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
My name's Sienna. I'm a junior in high school. I go to C Home. I got really interested in this because both my siblings did it, and they really liked it. And I don't know, I like leadership a lot. I'm very loud and organized, and like I want to put that to good use. And like I love the community. I think it's a really good place to kind of like show that. And
Great. Well, we wish you luck, and thank you so much for applying. Does anybody have any questions for Sienna? Any comments? We want you guys to really speak up at these meetings. Don't feel like, that you can't speak up. We need, especially on the Parks Board, but also on the Museum Board, for the perspective of youth. It's really important to us because, a lot of us have gray hair and we don't see the world the same way you do. So go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to appoint the following students as non-voting student members for the calendar year 2026. Claire Akins to the Historic District Commission / Design Review Board, Antonio Lawrence to the Museum Board, and Sienna Weinberg to the Parks and Recreation Board.
Second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Unanimous, 6-0. Okay, next item is open to the public for matters not on the agenda. We welcome public comment, limited to 3 minutes per person, on items or discussions that do not appear anywhere else in the printed agenda. The commission generally will not participate in a question and answer session and will take no action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. The public can also speak to agenda items as they occur when the presiding officer opens the floor to the public. So does anyone have public comment either in the room or online? Come on up, approach the microphone, tell us your name and your city of residence.
Hi, I'm Zach Weaver. I live at 1735 Birmingham Boulevard over there. Since the neighboring new build at 1723, stormwater runoff is coming to my property in a crawl space during downpours and flooding my side yard. We measured the neighbors to be about 4 inches higher in multiple spots. Water's not being captured. It flows directly to my yard and foundation. Had the building department out several times past 40 years, and I'm asking for a resolution, requesting a formal grading and drainage review using as-built elevations, and if not compliant, a corrective action order with a timeline. I have photos that I could email or print out and bring to the city clerk, any other appropriate city staff members, 3 physical copies of my request here as well, so.
So you say, I just want to be clear, you have spoken to the building department and you have not gotten satisfaction?
I have not gotten any actual action.
Okay, let me introduce you to Mark Clements. He is our assistant city manager.
Okay.
And if you have a business card or some other contact information you can give to him.
Okay, great.
Thank you for coming to us. It's
Thanks.
unfortunate that you reached a point of frustration that you had to. And our apologies.
It's okay, thank you.
You said you have something?
Yeah, I have 3 copies.
Thanks for coming in. Hi.
Hi, my name is Danielle Mallon. I'm a Birmingham resident. I sent an email to all the commissioners, the city manager, and the police chief back in October of 2025, and again this past week, asking what the city plans to do to keep the people of Birmingham safe from the overreach of ICE and DHS. I'm here tonight to ask you to take immediate action at the city level. The city of Birmingham has the authority to protect residents through local policy. I'm urging you to support and bring forward resolutions that, 1, prohibit DHS, CBP, and ICE activity on City of Birmingham property without a valid judicial warrant, and 2, ensure that the City of Birmingham never enters into a 287G agreement. All residents should be able to safely access public services, participate in civic life, and engage with their local government without fear. Civil immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility, and city resources, staff, and facilities should remain focused on serving the public unless presented with a valid judicial warrant or court order. Last month, Washtenaw County voted to ban ICE agents from county properties. A similar resolution is under review in Oakland County. This is about public safety. This is about access to services. This is about keeping city government focused on serving residents. I am asking you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Mallon, unfortunately, city government rarely does anything immediately.
Of course.
But as I told you in an email, and I will tell everyone later on at the appropriate time in the meeting, I will bring it up as an item for future discussion. That's a 3-step process. We agree to discuss it, and we kind of discuss it, and then we really discuss it.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comment? In the room, if you're online, you can use the raise your hand function. This is for items that are not already on the agenda. Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Now, a couple items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or a citizen requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered later in the meeting. There are 2 items that we are removing from the agenda entirely. In other words, we're not even going to consider them. They are item K, an update of parks rules, and item Q, the ground lease with select commercial assets hospitality. Regarding the park rules update. Several commissioners had significant questions and concerns, and given our lengthy agenda tonight, it was decided that it would be best to just pull the item and ask commissioners, and I would invite members of the public as well to send any questions or concerns about that item to the city manager, who will then place this on a future meeting's agenda. With regard to the ground lease with Commercial Assets Hospitality, that's the Hunter House property. The city owns a small sliver of property there. There were commissioner concerns with this item that are best left to additional conversation with the applicant, and the administration will bring this back, I believe, at our next meeting. With that, does anyone on the commission want to remove any items from the consent agenda? None. Wow. Lovely. With that, I'll take a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to advance the consent agenda, excluding items that have been removed, K and Q.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Cole,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haynes.
Yes.
Okay, we move on to the, I should thank everyone who's here for coming. There's just a few little items we have to get through before we get to your matters. We have the city manager's report up next.
Good evening, everyone. So from the Baldwin Public Library, they have an interesting event, the Burberry, which is the Baldwin Library's version of the Newbery Award, which I had to look up, which is from the Association for Library Services to Children, and it recognizes the most distinguished contributions to American literature for children. So the library works with the Birmingham Public Schools middle school librarians each year to host this program for middle school students in the district. In April, students who have earned the chance to participate in this program will be taken by a limo to the library, attend a luncheon, and then spend the afternoon choosing the winner of the Baldwin's Bribery Award. Pretty cool event. For the Birmingham Museum, in March, Eliza S. Fish will be the museum's They Changed Birmingham featured person. Fish is a noted early Birmingham pioneer and active abolitionist. For the city clerk's office, as mentioned earlier by the mayor, the city of Birmingham's clerk's office has rolled out a new platform by Civic Plus for the city commission and most city boards and agencies and minutes. There is a link in the city manager's minutes to access this guide to using the new portal. From the city manager's office, the city published frequently asked questions regarding the community house, and it's available at bhamgov.org/communityhouse for future reference. From the engineering department, Bird Phase 1B project. The engineering department will answer questions about Bird Phase 1B project in the up-and-coming Special Assessment District during a meeting for residents on Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, from 5:30 to 6:30 here at City Halls in this very room. From the fire department, the Birmingham Fire Department's Community Risk Reduction Program offers free home safety inspections for residents. They include checking for proper placement, quantity, and functionality of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, escape plans for emergency egress, cooking safety tips, electrical and appliance safety tips, tips for using the 911 emergency activation system, and housekeeping fire safety tips. From the Human Resources Department, we had 4 new hires, 1 full-time and 3 part-time.
Can you hear it?
For our February hiring anniversaries, we had 1 employee with over 20 years of service, Teresa Hart from the library. She is a library assistant, and she has celebrating her 30th year with the city. So congratulations to Teresa. For those interested in maybe possibly working for the city, there is a host of openings that can be found at birmingham.gov/jobs to learn about our openings. From the Planning Department has begun working with Housel Levine on the strategy and rollout for the first 3 phases of their scope, which will include project initiation and kickoff meetings for the zoning ordinance update project. They're going to be expected to be discussed at the following up and coming meetings of the Planning Board: February 25th, 2026, March 11th, 2026, and March 25th, 2026. In other interesting news, the 2026 National Planning Conference is coming to Birmingham. The Planning Department applied for a mobile tour session based on the history of planning in Birmingham and its relationship to the Woodward Corridor, which was recently accepted. This session is scheduled for Sunday, April 26, 2026, from 8 in the morning till noon, and will be led by our Planning Director, Nick Dupuy. In the Police Department, we had a very nice arrest, obviously a department near and dear to me. In December of 2025, the Birmingham Police Department received several reports of package larcenies from residential porches. Detectives linked these crimes to the same suspect and identified him as Robert William Foster. A 17-count warrant was obtained for Foster through the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, and he was arrested and charged. Also, the Police Department's annual Skate with a Cop event will be held at the Birmingham Ice Arena on Sunday, March 1st, 2026, from 2:30 to 3:50 p.m. And that concludes the city manager's report.
Great. Any questions for the city manager?
No, excellent report.
Thank you. We have no unfinished business, so we move to new business. And the first order of new business is a public hearing of necessity for a staircase special assessment district associated with the 2025 and 26 asphalt resurfacing program. The way these public hearings work, and I'm going to open the public hearing now at 7:21. We get a report from staff. The public has an opportunity to comment. We bring it back to the commission comment or question. Then we bring it back to the commission. We discuss it, make a motion, and then we vote on the motion. We can also take comment from the public on the motion. And that's how we will handle both public hearings tonight. So Ms. Coda, this is Melissa Coda, our city engineer.
Good evening, Commission. This is the presentation for the hearing of necessity for staircase special assessment for the 25-26 asphalt resurfacing program. So high level about the project itself, the 25-26 asphalt resurfacing program includes mill and overlay on various streets within the city, including Park, Ravine, Euclid, Brookside, Ferndale, Baldwin, and Pierce, and also at Springdale Golf Course. With this, we're also doing crack sealing on various streets throughout the city. Our trench maintenance repairs with this, it would replace road cuts, damaged curbs, and sidewalks at various locations throughout the city. And also as part of this program is replacing the existing retaining wall along Brookside, Ravine, and Park Street itself. This special assessment is just for the staircase to defray the cost incurred by the city for the construction of these improvements. So this is kind of a quick overall map of where the resurfacing is going to be happening. That's shown in blue on this location map, and in red is the locations that we're going to be doing the crack sealing as part of the 25-26 asphalt resurfacing program. And this provides information of the map. So north is located in this location right here, and this essentially shows where there's existing retaining walls in this location. So you can see in this, essentially this line through here, the yellow is people who've got existing staircases through the retaining wall. The blue means there's a current ADA sidewalk crossing, and then this location here. As part of our resident meeting that we had a few months ago, residents request to see if we can get a proposed ADA crossing at this location right here. So with that, we are looking into that right now. And then the existing retaining wall travels this way to the north itself, and then the yellow, you've got two existing staircases there. On the next sheet, this is essentially the match line from the previous slide beforehand. So the existing retaining wall continues along this side through here. There is an existing staircase in this location right here that's currently not ADA accessible and will be as part of this project. And then the wall continues this way through here. And then if you go further north, essentially this match line here matches here, and there's an existing retaining wall at this location here, and then further north to this, and there's an existing staircase in this location. So with this, we sent out letters last year to see, asking people who had existing staircases if they were interested in getting their staircase replaced. And with that, we mentioned there's potential cost for it. So these were the 5 property owners that let us know that they were interested in getting their staircases replaced for access to their property. And so the proposed cost sharing as residents will not be assessed for the actual retaining wall replacement. It would only be if they requested a staircase through the retaining wall that's proposed to be built. And the project cost, this went out to bids last month, the cost per riser is $2,500. So the cost varies on how much risers are being built from the edge of the roadway to the top of the wall close to the sidewalk. And so here's a summary sheet of the sidewalls and the addresses and the number of risers in each location, and then the cost per each riser itself. 2 asterisks in this one, 1243 Ravine. Once they found out the cost, they decided they don't want the staircase in front of their property. So right now their total assessment is 0 because we're not going to be building a staircase there. 564 Brookside requested a staircase be built. Unfortunately, due to topography, we cannot build one due to it's in the location where there's existing rail along the edge of the roadway, and we do not have enough elevation between the roadway and where the existing sidewalk is to try to fit a sidewalk in there. And then, so here's some existing slides of the location. This is starting on Brookside, east of Ravine, and we're heading our way north along the street. And then here's one of the first staircases shown on Brookside, north of Ravine. And then here's the second location of the staircase in that location there. And then here is location, the property owner that requested a staircase, but as you can see from the topography and where the existing sidewalk is, we cannot fit a staircase in this location right here. And then we were going around the curve itself, so this way is north. This is where the crossing is on Brookside on the south side of Ravine. And with this staircase is not going to go back. Essentially, a sidewalk ramp is going to be built this way to make sure this is an ADA compliant crossing in the north and south direction. And then here's continuing your way on Park, east of Brookside, continuing easterly in this subdivision area, and some pictures of the existing staircases in this location. And then this is essentially rounding the corner on Park, east of Brookside, and starting heading south. This is on Ravine on the west side of Park, essentially going towards the west itself, and some of the existing staircases that are located in there. And then this one's on Brookside, north of Park, so this is the furthest north one here. And the existing retaining wall is located on the east side of the road, and the existing staircase is shown on the right-hand side of the slide. So with this, the engineering department is recommending that the city commission declare a necessity and approve the staircase special assessment district for the 25-26 asphalt resurfacing program. And should the commission approve the special assessment district, a public hearing for confirmation of the role will be held on March 9th, 2026. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay. This is the public's opportunity to ask questions or make comments on this item. Yes, sir. Please come up and state your name and address.
My name is, John Miller at 544 Brookside. So I'm one of the homes with the staircase in front. And I had 2 comments. But first, could I just pass this around? This is some summertime photos. The ones you saw were the winter. And it highlights some of the vegetation that will kind of be at risk when this wall is replaced. At any rate, my 2 comments. I will have to pay, or I'm being asked to pay $17,500 to replace this stair that goes from the street to the sidewalk, which is in front of my house. And, excuse me. I was told that the stair is kind of my stair because it's in front of my house, but actually these stairs and all 8 stairs and retaining wall were built between 1915 and 1920, as were many of the homes there. So they've been there a long time. My house was originally erected in 1985. So there was never a home in front of this stairway for 70 years. And I don't see that it's really my stair. I see that the wall and all those stairs are part of this very unique neighborhood. And the stairs relate certainly to being a walkable community. So by removing so many of these stairs, and I'm not going to pay for the stair in front of my house, so if I'm not going to pay for it, it just won't be built. So I guess I'm asking you to cough up the 17.5 to maintain that stair. But I think all the stairs should be maintained. I think that's part of the character of the neighborhood. Secondly, I wish that before we'd have had our meeting in January, when you presented, a design was presented to the neighbors. I think a meeting should have happened before the design was presented to the neighbors, because for the dozen or so houses that live in this ring that surrounds the alley with the retaining walls, there's a lot of really unique issues, and they're historical, they're about walkability, and I think those should have been flushed out before a design was proposed. Once a design is proposed and cost is put on it, then, all the engineering department is going to do is defend what they did, as opposed to really consider what our concerns might be and to offer up some options and at least be heard before a final design is presented. And, most of what's going to happen is just, replacing the asphalt, which for much of the neighborhood is fine. But where we have these retaining walls, it's really a unique situation. And I think it's historically important, and it's important for our neighborhood. And I think you did a very good engineering exercise, but I wish it could have been a little bit more relating to the vegetation and some of the historical aspects of the neighborhood that I think would be at risk with this proposed design solution. So that's what I had to say. And engineering did a very good job, and Melissa did a very nice job, but I just thought that the sequence maybe could have been a little different in terms of getting public input.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your input, and I have a question for you. If you would like, if there are any items that you would like to expand upon when you said, that this ring of homes has some other concerns. I was curious if there were specific other concerns you'd like to express.
There was a couple. And one of them was the intersection of Brookside and Ravine, where you're coming in off of Old Woodward, right next to Market. The street curves, it becomes a big turnaround. There's kind of 3 streets that come together. There's no signage, so there's no apparent right-of-way one way or another. There's also lots of truck parking there, which I think, if we're redoing the streets and everything, could be addressed. The trucks that service Market are a big concern, and they're always illegally parked, and the police have been called, nothing's done about it, but I think that physically something could be done since we're redoing all those streets. And again, concern for that intersection. Also, we're going to be putting in, or proposed to be putting in, a handicap ramp, which is, a long ramp with rails and landings, and I don't think that will be a plus to the neighborhood. I don't think that it's even necessary. If you really look at the pedestrian circulation that in that location, I don't think it's needed. I would rather see them eliminate that handicap ramp, which is going to be paid for by the city, and just maintain the stairs and bring them up to code.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other public comment, either in the room or online, about this item? I don't.
One more thing, I'm sorry.
Sure.
And the engineering department did a very nice job of presenting to us, so I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Oh, no, you're not. Thank you.
Thanks. She's got thick skin. She's put up with a lot more than that. Okay, so we will then close the public hearing at 7:34 and bring this back to the commission. Does anyone on the commission have any questions or comments? Commissioner Host.
Back in 2021, the spring, I believe Tom Marcus and I went over, and Tom immediately agreed that the whole retaining wall should be replaced. That's all.
Commissioner Long. Mayor Pro Tem, temporary Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Melissa, do we know, or I can ask Melissa, who built the original retaining wall? Was that built by the city? Was it built by whoever developed those properties?
So the engineering department does not, we couldn't find the plans readily available of when the wall got built. So we don't have a copy of the plans in the engineering department right now that we could find of when the wall got built. So it's an estimate time frame of 1915 to the 1920s type of a deal. All of it is located, if it's along the edge of the roadway, that retaining wall is located in the city's right-of-way.
Yeah, sure.
So this gentleman is listed on the SAD as someone who had requested his stairs be replaced. He's now told us that he does not wish to pay for that. So does that mean we would adjust the SAD to remove him? The city attorney's shaking her head yes. Are we required to build an ADA access when we do, as part of the replacing the retaining wall?
So with this, essentially, you've got in the, let me go back to here real fast, if I can. So this portion here on the east side, that's got an ADA crossing, and that has no staircase at all. But in this location right here, the issue you run into, right now you have a sidewalk ramp that directs people to the south directly to the staircase. That is not ADA compliant. So for some odd reason, if someone elects not to have an ADA compliant on the south side, we would have to go and redo the ramp on the north side and eliminate any crossing so no one would be able to cross north or south on that portion of the intersection.
So we are required to have something.
If you have something that leads towards something, yes. You can't essentially have an ADA sidewalk ramp and then lead you to an area that's not an ADA sidewalk ramp or ADA compliant.
Because as we heard, there's a sense that we've always, while it's not officially historic, consider this to be a historic area, and certainly the staircases are part of the historic charm and character. This person at 588 has elected not to pay to replace their stair, and even if they did, it does not address the ADA issue for the ramp. But the ramp is certainly not going to look historic or look like what's there currently. So that's a concern. The other concern is why does the city feel that it's our responsibility to replace the retaining wall?
So with this, as far as the document, we know it's located within the city's right-of-way. Hypothetically, if we remove the retaining wall, don't place anything back, then you run into an issue of embankment falling into the city's right-of-way and the edge of roadway itself type of a deal. So with this is an existing retaining wall within the city's right-of-way that we're seeing concerns on with the wall not being perpendicular, cracks, et cetera, type of a deal. And also some of the movement of the wall recently is causing issues with the sidewalk up on top of it also.
Okay, but aren't the staircases are also located in the city's right-of-way?
And so with this, having a discussion internally with the city manager's office, the staircase essentially offers an access for a resident to go directly to their property, hence why it's 100% of the cost for the staircase itself that's being brought forward to tonight.
Other questions, comments? Commissioner Hay.
So the gentleman's observation about the traffic, and it's slightly off but slightly back on, do any of the rest of you recollect us putting in or discussing a stop sign around this area? I don't remember exactly which intersection it was.
Ravine and Ferndale.
Is that what it was? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, I knew there was something in the area, but I couldn't remember where. Thank you.
Right, and I
Not
believe we
relevant.
have spoken to Market about not illegally parking.
I want to make sure the intersection was right.
Yeah.
It's not a relevant intersection, that's
Yeah,
fine.
But
Okay, you will have an opportunity.
Since the engineer is here, an engineering question?
You'll have an opportunity to ask a question. Momentarily. I'm sorry, we had a public hearing. There was an opportunity for people to speak. That was your chance. I'm sorry, we have to follow procedure. There will be another opportunity, perhaps. If no one else, I have a couple of questions. I know this is this asphalt resurfacing program, which this is part of, has been budgeted, but we have not yet approved the asphalt resurfacing program, correct?
Correct.
Will we?
Yes, it'll either be brought forward at the next city commission meeting on March 9th, or potentially, if we do not get the contract book signed by the contractor, March 23rd.
Okay.
So it'll be the upcoming meetings.
What is the cost to rebuild this wall?
If you give me a moment, I can calculate that, or pull up the information.
1.15.
Did you get the information from Mark? Okay.
$1,150,000. Okay. There was a portion of the wall, I don't know if we received a complaint, but whatever, HRC went out, city engineering contractor, went out and looked at it, said no emergency, but maybe next time you do an improvement in the area, you might look at it. They did not look at the entire ring. They looked at one portion. Is that correct?
Actually, it was our engineer consultant, AEW, that did that. They we use them for our structural engineering for bridges, culverts, and something along this line. They actually looked at the whole entire area of the subdivision of the existing retaining walls.
Okay. But there's only one section of it that's really at risk or that has a problem. Correct?
There's
the tallest portion on the northernmost part of the streets.
There's multiple locations where the retaining wall, where there's issues. We're seeing cracking or leaning where it's not 90% plumb. Also, what we're seeing is some erosion happening on the backside of the wall. So if the wall is starting to lean, you've got the sidewalk up here, the area of the greenbelt is starting to erode, and we're starting to see some erosion where the sidewalk slabs are starting to tilt too. So we're seeing locations of wall movement, and then also too, we're seeing some areas of erosion occurring in the greenbelt that's potentially affecting the sidewalk.
But so which came first, the desire to resurface the streets or the desire to rebuild the wall? Because, well, which came first? Did you decide to do the wall because you were going in to do the street, or vice versa?
So the wall got looked at in either winter of '22 or into '23 when I first started here. We did a field visit engineering department in September of '22. That was the first time I walked that subdivision, and that's when we got our structural consulting engineer on board. With that, I mentioned it didn't need emergency repairs, but needed to be replaced in the future. So with that information, looking a few years forward, that's when we essentially put it in the resurfacing program and looked at resurfacing the roads just due to their PASA ratings of the roads around the area.
It's kind of like both? You didn't, one
Kind of
didn't
in-
drive the other?
Kind of both, but the wall came first, and then knowing that we had to do repairs, we also looked at the roadway and saying the roadway also needs to get resurfaced.
Okay. Well, given everything I've heard tonight about the cost, about possibly the need to take into account a few other things, about the condition, I just think that if we're going to spend that kind of money, that maybe we ought to, I'm not going to support this. How's that? I'm not going to support it because I don't believe it's necessary right now. I don't believe we've given it due consideration, and that's a lot of money. And we have to watch every penny right now that we're spending on infrastructure. Yeah.
I would disagree. If you walk around there, you will see that the wall is compromised and bending and at the end of its life.
I did walk it, and I did see it, and I believe end of life is a question for an engineer, not a city commissioner, and no engineer has come forward and said, this is an emergency, we need to do it right away. And we've raised questions about its history, about its contribution to the character of the neighborhood, and about other things that need to be taken into account when we take a look at this street. So my position, that's Commissioner, temporary Mayor Pro Tem Long.
This item, though, does not approve or disapprove replacing the retaining wall. That comes to us at the next meeting. This is just about the SAD for the, now is it 3 people?
Two.
2 people who wanted to pay for their stairs. So perhaps we could pen this item till the retaining wall project gets in front of us as part of whenever that comes back, because we have not seen that project yet. We have not seen the retaining wall project.
And this project would not, the staircases would not go forward unless the other
Right.
project goes, so.
Right.
If we declare necessity, then the next step is we confirm a role, and then we're locked into charging these people. And you raised the question about whether we should charge them at all.
Well, and we're only locked into charging them if we actually complete the work, which, again, we have not approved as a commission the retaining wall project itself.
My preference would just be to drop it and bring it back up when we have a plan that we all can buy into. Now, if 5 people vote or 4 people vote tonight to go ahead with this, that's fine. But if the
Melissa told me March 9th.
if the desire of the commission in general is to take a closer look at this project, I will defer to the city attorney on the wisdom of moving forward on a SAD when it's possible people may change their minds with a different design, let's say, or
I think the wisdom is whether excuse my voice tonight, if the staircase is only going to happen if the retaining wall project is going to happen. And that project is not going to come before you until the 9th of March, is that correct?
9th of March or March 23rd.
Okay, so it's not a date certain. So you couldn't postpone, because as you know, to postpone an item, we have to know the date certain. So your choice is to adjourn this matter. We will have to do the new notice process to notice the public hearing for this particular project, the staircase project. So it would necessarily have to be put off to the 23rd so that we have sufficient time to do a new notice. So you could either vote in favor of this now or vote no, which I don't think is prudent. I think if you're not going to vote yes tonight, it's to take it up when you look at the resurfacing project and the retaining wall on a whole, either the 9th or the 23rd. But the motion would be to adjourn this topic, and we'll have to renotice. But we're only talking 2 people.
I can't make a motion.
I still have questions about whether there's benefit to the walkability of the community to try to maintain all the stairs that are there, and whether that is part of the, historic character of the neighborhood. I think I'd be interested in whether Mr. Dupuy wanted to weigh in on that. And then when we get to the wall, whether, it can be, the concrete can be designed or colored in such a way that it looks like it belongs in the area. So I personally think it might be better to discuss them together rather than separately. So the suggested motion was to
To adjourn and to have the reconsideration of the special assessment for the staircase be the same time and date as the project of the retaining wall and resurfacing work.
I guess I'm not, I guess I'm not entirely sure what exactly we think we're going to learn relative to the issue of the staircases. Are we saying we will consider some alternative funding mechanism? Are we saying, like we had mentioned, we want to be careful with every penny? Are we considering some kind of alternative funding for the retaining wall writ large? Like, what is going to be different when this comes back in a couple weeks?
Don't know till we talk about it. So it has to be discussed. All those are options.
So we're saying we're open to considering many things.
Right.
Potentially.
I am.
Okay.
when the retaining wall project is discussed and presented, I'm hoping that there would be more information about necessity, timing, whether it could be, how often we resurface the street, and again, whether we should do the staircases as a part of the retaining wall project in its entirety.
I sensed you were about to make a motion.
No, I apologize. I interrupted.
So I would like to make a motion to adjourn this matter and to reconsider it when the retaining wall project is presented to us so that we can discuss them relative to each other. Is that sufficient, Ms. Kucherick?
It is sufficient, and, it kind of makes sense, because in order to have a special assessment district, which you are not going to have on the wall, right? It's only for the staircase. You have to determine necessity. I don't know how you can determine necessity when you haven't determined if the step one of the project is something that you're going to do. You won't be determining its necessity for a SAD,
Right.
because there's not going to be a SAD. It's going to be whether or not the city commission wants to
Go forward with the
go
retaining wall
forward with
project.
it.
Yes.
So you can't really determine necessity of something that may not happen.
So, all right, hence the motion. So,
Second.
Second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard,
Here. Yes.
Commissioner Hope,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Okay. We move on to one of the two main events for tonight, a public hearing of necessity for Cape Seal Special Assessment District associated with the 2026 Cape Seal program. I suspect many of you are here to comment on this. I'm going to open the first I'm going to ask for a show of hands, who is here to comment on this?
Mr. Mayor,
Not too many.
there was a gentleman that wanted to comment here, when public comments before we
You are
voted.
right, and unfortunately, we did not call for public comment on that motion.
Hi, sir.
You would have to come up to the microphone.
I think I'll waive that privilege and move on to the Cape Seal thing.
My apologies.
That's fine.
Sincerely.
There is
I'm
a
sorry.
hand on Zoom as well. I don't know if that was for the previous one or not,
Josh, were you,
who's just disappeared.
Okay.
okay. That was my mistake, I'm sorry.
It wasn't called on, so I decided.
Okay.
We'll try not to let that happen again. So what we're going to do is open the public hearing, we'll take public comment, we'll hear a staff report, then we'll take public comment. Please limit it to 3 minutes. Let's not repeat. If you agree with what someone prior to you said, you can easily reference what they said. And let's maintain decorum. Applause not appropriate. So we're going to open the public hearing at 7:53.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, for clarity, it's limited to 3 minutes per person speaking,
Right.
not for public
Right,
hearing.
right, of
That's
course.
unlimited to get the job done,
Of course. Everybody gets,
just like that record clean.
Okay, so a quick presentation for the 26 Cape Seal program. The existing proposed streets for the unapproved streets to get Cape Seal is North Glenhurst Drive from Oak to Pine, Lakeside from Oak to Raynell, North Lawn from Birmingham Country Club where the Rouge River Bridge crosses on North Lawn and to Southfield, and then Oak from Greenwood to North Old Woodward. The special assessment district costs for the Cape Seal will defray the costs incurred by the city for construction of these improvements. So with this is an overall map of indicating the locations of where the Cape Seal treatment is occurring. And with this, this provides information on when previous years was Cape Seal. And then also at the resident meeting, residents were asking what the daily traffic count was. Police department takes that information for us. So on the right-hand column is the daily traffic count. That's an average of a 3-day period in the middle of the week. And in parentheses is the year that it was taken, either in 2019 or 2025. So with this, the city's policy for maintenance on unimproved road, the first special assessment district for what they called dust proofing occurred in 1948. And with this, 85% of the short side costs for all properties fronting the improvement, 25% of the long costs for all resident properties citing the improvement for the short side. And then there's the last two is for any companies or businesses that are located on a Cape Seal treatment. For this 2026 Cape Seal program, there is not a commercial property or business property located in on the streets. So with this, the estimated project cost for construction is $397,309. With this, on all the streets is to be pulverized, double chip seal, and a slurry. So with this, the total footage along the property, so both sides of the roadway, is 9,729.94 feet, and the accessible footage for that, when doing the percentage breakdown from the slide previously, is 7,933.11. With this, we got cost back from bidding this out through public bidding. The cost per foot is $40.83. So with this, this gives a kind of a zoom in information of locations of where the Cape Seal treatment is proposed. So here's Glenhurst, and here's conditions of the existing out there earlier on this month. On Lakeside, and then here's photos of the existing conditions of the street there. For North Lawn, here's photos of the existing conditions on the street. And then on Oak, here's existing conditions along the street. And so, in summary, Engineering Department recommends that the City Commission declares a necessity to approve the special assessment district for the 2026 Cape Seal program for Cape Seal treatment. And should the Commission approve the special assessment district, a public hearing for confirmation of the road will be held on March 9th, 2026. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Very good. Now is the opportunity for the public. So if you would like to make a comment or ask a question, please approach the microphone. Give us your name and your city of residence.
Good evening, Noah Miller, city of residence, wonderful Birmingham, resident on Oak with some of my neighbors here. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about it. As you saw in the statistics, it looks like we're just under 5,000 vehicles a day in Oak. And for those of us that live there, it's not just passenger vehicles. There's a lot of heavy vehicles, right? Cement trucks, cranes, dump trucks, you name it. And, from our perspective, a lot of them are going to build on, all these lots that the developers are redeveloping, which is obviously great for the community, but not so good for the roads. So my perspective, and I think of my neighbors, is we understand the cost share, but we feel strongly that us covering 85% of the cost, which we consider to be a main road, is really not fair. We're not the main people. Yes, we use the road, but as you can see, there's a lot of other traffic on the road. I think there has been a precedent where other main roads have been considered at like a 50-50 split, with the city bearing a higher proportion of those costs. So my perspective is we would just like you to consider, given the traffic and the type of traffic to consider that 50-50 split rather than the 85-15% split. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Guy DePlacido. I'm a 59-year resident of Birmingham. I lived on Lakeside 726 for about 55 years. My question is, does the city have a limit on road load? And does the city have a frost law limit? I'm asking this question because these contractors come in, they start to tear down the home. The first thing they do, they bring a lowboy in with a backhoe. It's about 42,000 pounds. Then comes this 18-wheeler with about 80,000 pounds, and they start taking the building down. And then they go north on Lakeside, and they go east on Oak. Then I don't know where they go. In the meantime, once they start digging the hole, back comes this 18-wheeler, this time with 90,000 pounds of dirt in the same path, north on Lakeside, east on Oak. So the hole's open now. Along comes the plumber. He cuts a hole in the middle of the road, maybe 4 by 6. He might have to go down 8 to 10 feet for the tap. He takes the dirt he took out, puts it back in, puts some coal pack on it, takes his truck and runs it over. That's called compaction. Now comes the time for concrete. Concrete trucks weigh about 66,000 pounds. And they really pump the ground when you see them going down the road. I watch them. I have a hobby. They tear up the road. That's why our roads are so tore up. Now, I'm not against building houses. I'm all for it because the taxes are great for Birmingham. Big houses. Now, my point is, we, the public, with our 2,000-pound car, with a little Ford Escape, doesn't tear up the road. These big trucks tear up the road. So as a result, I think the city should put a bond with the contractors. And after they build a building, they should take a look at the road, and the contractors with the bond should cover the cost of the roads. We, the public, should not be paying for roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Placido.
Hello, I'm Nancy Rothvetter. I live at 690 North Glenhurst Drive. And I just want to comment, agreeing with this gentleman, but at North Glenhurst, we had the exact same problem, not necessarily with building new houses. It's when the construction was done on Oak, that is perpendicular to our road, all the heavy construction vehicles came up Glenhurst to deliver the concrete and whatever they were doing, and actually left a lot of the trucks on our street, on our block, and that's what really tore up our road. So I feel that the residents of our small block are getting hurt because of all the construction that was done to repair the road on Oak that the residents on Oak didn't pay for, because I guess it was considered an improved road, so they didn't get an assessment. But because our block is unimproved and was, the trucks, the construction trucks really did adversely affect our road, that now we're having to pay for it, and it just doesn't seem at all fair to me. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Larita. I live on Oak. I have burdened you with my letter in the past, each and every one of you, so I won't go over that. But as I was listening to you tonight, there's two things that I was struck by. One is, it seems like the ratio of payment goes back to a standard that was established in 1948. I would say that the conditions of Birmingham have changed a bit since 1948. Construction, the amount of construction, the amount of traffic, the amount of homes. So I think that we should take that as because these letters that I'm receiving are, well, traditionally, it's been an 85-15 split. So that's what we're going to go with. But because conditions are not as they were in 1948. I think we should take that into consideration. And I'm delighted that you guys are paying for the retaining wall on Brookside, but you're paying for a retaining wall and then telling us we're going to improve your road, but you've got to pay for your road. Those things just don't balance out for me, and maybe you can explain it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alan Rothfeder. I live at 690 North Glenhurst. I support many of the comments that have been made previously, and I want to add one other comment. Several years ago, the north section of Glenhurst, north of Oak, which had previously, I believe, been undeveloped, was redone as a developed road with curbs, asphalt, no more cap sealing, and there were no charges to the residents for that. And I'd like to understand why the situation is different on the south side, particularly since our roads, as my wife pointed out, were destroyed fundamentally by all the work that was done on the north side of Glenhurst as well as Oak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we go any further, if
Sure.
I may, because I want this to be clear for the benefit of the residents, and out of, the notion of fair play and substantial justice, kind of a legal phrase. The notice that everyone received comports with the ordinance that states that people can appear and protest at the public hearing in order to maintain their rights to later appeal to the tax tribunal if that's their choice. While I hear residents making comments of their thoughts, they're not technically protesting. I don't want them to give up a right unwittingly. So what we would have to do is those who have spoken, if they are saying, I protest this special assessment, they need to say that with their name and address besides the comments. I don't want people to think that's what they're doing and then later find out they didn't preserve their rights.
That's a very good point. And there's two opportunities to do that, correct? Tonight, and then when we confirm the roll. Is that?
So one has to either appear in person for both necessity and then later roll either in person or ahead of the public hearing by writing. So if a person is, they may be saying their views, but they're not necessarily protesting, fine. But if everyone who has spoken and everyone who intends to speak don't say I'm protesting this special assessment and here's my name and address, then they're not preserving their right. And I know this is new for people, and I would feel remiss not to.
Thank you. So if
to point
anyone,
this out.
if anyone has spoken, yes, come back up, give your name, address, and say very clearly, I am protesting.
The special assessment.
Special assessment.
Do you want it by person or by address?
Address.
Okay, so my
Tax
husband.
parcel.
Okay, so I'm Nancy Rothfeder from 690 North Glenhurst Road, or Drive, excuse me, and I protest this special assessment for the cap seal.
Thank you.
And they may opt not to do anything with
Sure.
that, but their rights are
Right.
preserved.
It preserves your right. Yes. You're not done protesting. If you really want to protest, you've got to follow through.
Okay.
Sure. Come on back.
Hi again, Noah Miller, 450 Oak, Unit 303, and I am protesting the Cape Seal program that we've been discussing tonight.
The special assessment.
Special assessment,
Who is
yes.
taking, is it the clerk who's?
Yes,
Okay.
the clerk
You're good
keeps
with that?
this, both the letters and in the minutes who protested.
Okay. And feel free to tell your neighbors.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
And good luck.
Are we protesting the individual assessment to our own property?
Yes.
Or are we protesting the overall assessment?
To you, to your property. You're protesting the necessity at this point.
My name is Guy Placido, 726 Lakeside.
I don't know.
I protest the assessment for this evening's meeting.
Michelle Arita, 450 Oak, 201. I protest the assessment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm John DePlanch, 450 Oak, 202, and I'm also protesting the assessment. But I have a couple suggestions as well. If you want to have a real fun experience, go from the cemetery on Oak to Old Woodward. And you won't have to go to an amusement park or anything else because you will be all over the road because of all the potholes, which keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they keep getting repaired, but they keep getting bigger. The concern about that particular section, and it was already commented about the heavy vehicles that are going back and forth, a thought would be basically put up a sign saying no trucks allowed, or put a weight limit for that area, or if you are going to repair with the Cape Seal, I guarantee you, once you put the Cape Seal down on that road, the edges will totally deteriorate within a year or two. We'll be doing this all over again. However, if you, just like the cemetery on Oak has curbs, I look at it, it's very solid, it's secure, it doesn't crumble. Put curbs from the cemetery to Old Woodward on Oak, and you probably won't have to deal with this for a number of years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. Mark Perrette, 1083 North Lawn. I guess I'm protesting the special assessment on the Cape Seal. I did send a letter in via email to the commissioners. Basically, we feel that North Lawn is a little bit unique as a unimproved road, even by definition as it is unimproved. We do have curbs, we do have gutters. It is 38 feet wide as a street. We understand that it's a special easeway for city, for police and fire as an artery into that neighborhood to clear. For that reason, it's also plowed quite a bit, which is a benefit. We do recognize that, so much like the gentleman from Oak, understand that the Cape Seal project does need to occur, the road does need to be improved, but just as far as protesting the 85-15 split with that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Schreiber, 1231 North Lawn. I protest the special assessment. I don't want to pay anything. Just like the gentleman said before, North Lawn's a little unique. It's like Lincoln. It's a major road. It's a cut through. It's not safe. People speed. People go through stop signs. Right on the corner there, I view it every day. I'm not opposed to the Cape Seal. I'm opposed to the traffic and how bad it is. It's constant. I'd also like to address the Birmingham Country Club. I don't know what their capacity is. They have a gate there, and they have heavy trucks go down North Lawn all the time. Tears up the road. We've also had 7 houses built over the last 2 years. And just like the gentleman on Oak mentioned about the bond that the builders have to post. I understand that they do post a bond. I don't know if that's refundable or not. Came to my attention over the weekend when I pulled up the agenda to this meeting and sent an email to the engineer that she had mentioned North Lawn was Cape Seal in 2010. It was my assumption that all of North Lawn was to be redone. It's just from the bridge to Southfield. My portion on 1231 was done 5 years ago. So I don't know if it's an error.
Where are you?
I'm right on the corner, 1231. I'm between the bridge and Latham.
Oh, okay. So
That was done in 2000 and, I have a check, my records show 2020 that I wrote a check, meaning that was done in the last 5 or 6 years. So I don't know if there's an error, because they said it was done in 2010. From Cranbrook to Latham was done in 2019, maybe, 20. Now, from Latham to Southfield was done in 2010. That's my assumption. So I think they're looping us in to that, the bridge to Southfield.
And you're saying, I'm sorry, you said at one point 2010, and then another point you said 2020.
No, I wrote, my check showed through, it's my assumption, and you have to talk to engineering or whoever did the Cape Seal, back in 2010. She wrote me an email that it was done in 2010.
Yes, and you're asserting that it was done in 2020?
2019, I believe, because I wrote a check to the city in 2020, so I'm assuming there was a lapse.
That should be a verifiable fact, right?
Yeah, somebody can check into
I'm
that.
guessing she's working on it
Yeah.
right now, right?
Because the whole run of the whole run of North Lawn is not being done.
No, not on this one.
Yeah.
Only from the bridge to
Yeah,
South.
well, Cranbrook to Latham was all done at one time.
Gone.
Okay? So I think they're looping us in when they shouldn't be, number one. The other reason why they may be looping us in is because of those 7 houses that were built over the past, 3, 4, 5 years that has torn up the road. So I'm not sure, but somebody needs to look into that. As well as the Birmingham Country Club, they have an entrance on Latham. It's my understanding that they're not Birmingham residents, or it's Bloomfield?
Bloomfield Township.
Bloomfield Township. So why the heck are they allowed to have an entrance that these trucks can go in and out of all the time? I don't know who approved that.
I don't know either. I don't think it's a thing that has to be approved, but.
Well, they're tearing up the road.
Well, okay. Well, you're raising a very good question, which
Yeah.
I don't think anybody up here has an answer to it.
Yeah. My biggest concern more than anything else is the safety. People just tear down that road.
And that's,
It's a safety hazard.
with all due respect, is not part of this
I know that's
conversation.
not part of
Yeah.
it, but with all due respect, I'd like somebody to address it. I've gotten no responses from anybody about that. And it's just going to take once where somebody's hit and killed. And you got kids running around, and there's solutions to it, and I'd like to talk to somebody about the solution. Once again, not opposed to the Cape Seal. I'm opposed to paying it because it's a major road.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I just want
Sure.
to make mention, that's the second time that the issue of bonds has come up.
Yeah.
And obviously, our ordinance does cover that we do take a bond. So I don't know if you want just to make a comment that we do make a builder pay for that.
We
or
do.
have the city attorney
Sure,
reference.
if she has it in front of her and
She
wants
does.
to bring it up, that's fine.
Section 22.4, bonds shall be posted before the issuance of a building permit for new construction or for other construction is determined in the discretion of the building official as provided in the schedule of fees, charges, bonds, and insurance. The bond shall assure that the public right-of-way is consistently maintained at all times during construction, provide a fund for payment for damages to public property and/or utilities caused by construction, guarantee completion of work sufficient to obtain a final certificate of occupancy, and provide a fund for payment of outstanding unpaid water, sewer, street cleaning, barrier erection, et cetera. Bond shall be returned without the payment of interest when a final C of O has been issued, less any amounts required to be used by the city in accordance with this section. Cash bond shall also be provided to the city treasurer by the mover of a structure to cover any damages. So if there is damage caused and before they get a C of O, that money then is kept and put in the fund to go towards the street repair.
And I think just recently we raised that.
We raised it.
We raised that amount.
It was raised recently.
What is it today?
I think it's 15.
I don't know. Melissa, do you know?
I can look it up.
15. I'm pretty sure it's
I don't have the-
15,000.
Let's let this gentleman make his comment, and then we can
Hi, I'm Jay Shell, 1121 North Lawn. I do protest the SAD for my property in regard to the Cape Seal. In regard to the bond, how often is that bond kept?
On each project?
Every project, we can take a bond.
And is it returned to them?
If they successfully pass the CFO, yes.
So do you have a percentage of
I
the
don't.
time that bond is? We've had 13 homes torn down and reconstructed on North Lawn in the past few years. My wife has to call the city every single time to take care of that trenching that this gentleman spoke about that goes halfway into the street. You know, your wisdom teeth fall out of your mouth if you still have them, because it's very bumpy. And when people are talking about the safety on North Lawn, I think what the point they're trying to make is that North Lawn is not Canterbury. It's not Norfolk. It's not your typical unimproved road. North Lawn is a speedway. It is a very busy street. Curious why we're funneling traffic onto North Lawn from Lincoln. We have signs at Lincoln, no trucks allowed on Lincoln. So where do all those trucks go? They go on North Lawn because they can't go onto Lincoln. They're prevented by signage from going onto Lincoln.
You're holding up a picture for the record of some intersection with a no truck.
It's the intersection of Southfield Road and Lincoln.
Southfield and Lincoln, and
There's signages on just about every corner at that intersection indicating
that
no trucks
should
are allowed
go
to be on Lincoln.
On which direction on Lincoln?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
So that exacerbates the traffic on North Lawn. The commercial traffic on North Lawn is not for the residents living on the street. That street is used by people coming and going through the city of Birmingham. It's not used by residents, so we should not be paying a dime for the assessment. That's a thoroughfare just as vital as Maple.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Hello, I'm Scott Stemnecki at 1098 North Lawn, and I protest the cap seal assessment on North Lawn. Just to reiterate, I support everything that we've heard already. One other thing about North Lawn that's unique, and I think it was mentioned, is that the definition on a improved and unimproved road, we meet everything that is an improved road, except for there's an assessment of the thickness of the asphalt. And we asked for a drilling of that road because other roads around us were assessed as being improved roads. And I think we need to hold off on any assessment of this area until you do a coring of the road to determine is it really an improved or an unimproved road. So that was just one more point that makes North Lawn unique, is that, like I said, it meets all the criteria of a improved road, other than the measurement of the thickness of the asphalt. So, and I know engineering was going to do that. They're going to do a coring of the road to prove whether it is, because I think there's only some like old historical records that may indicate if it's an improved or an unimproved road. So there's a chance North Lawn is an improved road, and we should not be assessed. So,
I'm going to rephrase your comment as a question for the.
Yeah,
if you don't mind, or
I don't think they've done it yet. They were hoping to get it done before this meeting.
Are you confident that?
The city did not elect to do a core on the road. You asked at the presentation if that could be done, and I said, no, that cannot be done. Frost laws are currently on the streets itself. With this, we're not going to core a road when the Cape Seal treatment on the edge of the roadway is showing there's gravel underneath the road. Cape Seal is only this thick, as I brought to the presentation for the resident meeting. Asphalt's 4 inches thick.
Okay.
North Lawn is an unimproved road.
Okay, all right. It wasn't clear in our meeting before whether we met those, because we met other criteria. We have drainage, we have curbs, and we just wanted to confirm that, and we hadn't heard that yet, so I like that.
The drainage is different than an improved road. Correct me if I'm wrong on anything. The drainage is different. The foundation of the road is different. It's a much different animal.
Yeah. And I know they did say that, we get heavily plowed again, and I think we need to reassess whether you're going to use an unimproved road as a key emergency road in Birmingham and heavily plow it as North Lawn is. So I think that it doesn't make sense that you'd have a unimproved road and use it as a emergency road and heavily plow it and salt it. So I think that should become a improved road anyway.
Assistant City Manager Clements, do you want to
Yeah, I'd like to hear why you would use an emergency road.
on this as an emergency route? Is it an emergency route?
This comes up often. I'm not sure where that comes from, because any street in the city can be used for an emergency road, whether by the fire, the police, ambulance service, whatever. If you're talking about a school route.
Yeah, we get school buses, we
Right,
get all the
that
heavy
may be a thing,
trucks.
but I don't think that qualifies as an emergency. So I think that's kind of a misnomer.
Do we plow it more than we plow other streets?
No. No, there's a priority list, and Scott in the room?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There is Scott will tell you that they do prioritize certain streets over other streets because of the school.
And in the report, I think, or somewhere I read,
Yeah.
that because
That
there's
is
a
a fact,
bridge, because there's a bridge and the
Right.
bridge is ice, they try to get the bridge
That's correct.
cleared. So,
So there is a difference between certain streets, that's correct.
right. Thank you.
Yeah, just reiterate one more thing about the speed, and I think we have to address the hazards on North Lawn. It's going to be something you're going to deal with very soon. The speeds at that bridge in the summer, I can guarantee you, none of you would want your children on a bicycle at 3 o'clock on North Lawn, because the traffic from the high school, the speed there's going on that bridge, someone is going to get hurt very seriously if you do not do something about the speed on North Lawn.
Okay. Can we put in a request, as if it were
Absolutely.
from a resident, that we have enhanced enforcement? Thank you.
Scott might be able to answer the question.
We've already addressed the question. Go ahead, sir.
Gary Outerslice, 955 North Lawn. I'm protesting the assessment for the cap seal. And I just have a really out of left field. Why is frontage used to determine the benefits we get from a road? I mean, all it gives you
You mean the
is-
price? Why is that used to determine the price?
Yeah, I mean, if the benefit is from the road, I drive more than just, the width of my house. And I'm sure other people do too. You'd think there'd be a different way of determining who benefits from the road in addition to the arbitrary 85%. Maybe it gets me an extra parking space because I have a pie-shaped lot. But other than benefits, I'm going to Southfield or I'm going to the Rouge River equally as much as anyone else on the road.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having this meeting. Tim Teppert, 551 Oak. And I wanted to get a comment from the engineer, just to make sure if we get Cape Seal and it has to be maintained, if we do anything beyond that, that's a different assessment, and it's each process is an order of magnitude more in expense that we'd be assessed?
Yes. Under current law, yes.
So
I
it's
can't
not-
tell you what the order of magnitude is, but I think we were looking at it as like 6 to 8 times more expensive to do the whole thing.
Yeah, so I understand the road needs to be maintained, but, I mean, there's people saying, well, put in curbs and asphalt, but that would result in an assessment in the same way to us. I want to make sure everyone's clear on that.
Thank you.
It's not
That is
just an
true.
arbitrary,
There's nothing arbitrary here.
okay.
It may not be, it may be distasteful, but it's not arbitrary.
Okay, and then the other thing is we know that it'll start to wear out when we do that, especially the edges. Like, what's the city's obligation to maintain all those potholes or the edge destruction that happens?
After we do it?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know
the same
they
as
do,
it
like,
is
hot
now,
patch.
we will fill potholes. The edge, there isn't much we do about the edge. The edge degrades, and when it degrades as much as it's degraded there, we have to come back and do it again.
Just like a patch crew?
And we say 7 to 10 years is the life of a Cape Seal.
And then the other thing is if the road was improved, then again, we have the speed issue on Oak Street. So I could imagine what would happen if there was curbs in a straightaway in that section, people trying to make that light. So it's just things to consider before anything else is put forth to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to preserve your right by protesting the special assessment?
I'm not protesting it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification.
Sure.
Mr. Tapper brings up a good question. So just for clarification, if in fact the members of the street go to an improved road, it does cost significantly more. However, once they do that the one time, then the city takes over in eternity for that street, and there's no assessments going forward. That's the flip-flop of that, so that if the street needs to be replaced after a certain amount of time, and it's been improved, the city will carry the cost of that road. Just for clarification purposes.
Yeah, I'm Urban Boss. I'm also on 450 Oak, and I'm just talking to this about the approved and unapproved city, because our part from Glenhurst to Woodward is not approved, but the rest of Oak is approved. So how could that happen? This is my question.
It just happened.
It's very strange because
There's actually west of the bridge, it's improved.
Yes.
And from the bridge up to Lake View, it's unimproved. And then from Lakeview to Greenwood, it's improved.
It's improved, yes.
And then from Greenwood to Old Woodward, it's unimproved. Yes.
So how?
Well, that's a whole story.
How could that happen? That is
Well,
just like-
I will tell you very quickly, probably 15, 20 years ago, the residents of the section by the cemetery,
Yes.
the road was so high, the Cape Seal had a crown that was so high, it was way above the sidewalk and the driveway, and the water was going into their homes.
Oh, wow.
And so they petitioned, and this is something everybody needs to know. You can petition to have your street improved. So if the folks on Oak wanted to petition to have the street improved,
Yes.
they could. And that's what happened on most of the streets in that neighborhood that have been improved. Greenwood, Baldwin, Hazelwood.
Oh, yes, yeah,
right?
exactly.
So they petitioned, and I was one of the ones who petitioned for Greenwood, and then if you get more than 50% of your homeowners there to approve of that, then we do the improvement.
Okay, so we go.
And that's what
with all
happened in
neighbors
front of
and
the
get a
cemetery.
petition for that. So
And
that our part
pay
would-
the assessment.
Oh, yes, they pay the assessment, of course. But, back then, it wasn't as much as it is now. Now it's close to
Very
$200 a foot.
Yes.
Then it was less than $100 a foot, so. But the reason that small section in front of the cemetery is done is because those few homeowners petitioned to have it done, and were willing to pay for it.
Okay, good. We will try to do our best to get it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to preserve your rights to protest?
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, I will, yes.
Come on up. You have to say it
Yeah, state your
affirmatively
name, address.
into the
I
microphone.
protest what?
Well, do you want to, do you want to protest the special assessment?
Oh, the special assessment, yeah, okay, I protest that.
Do you know her name?
Is that right? I mean, I'm not,
Name,
I'm
address.
450 Oak.
Slowly
I'm not
give us your
familiar
name.
with the,
Slowly give us your name and address. The address is most important.
it's 450 Oak,
I have that part.
yeah,
What-
Unit number.
What unit?
302.
302. And you have all seen the list of assessments, correct?
Okay.
So you all know
Yes.
what roughly
Yes,
you would be
exactly.
assessed on
Yeah,
this?
we have to
Okay.
have it, yeah. So-
Anyone else to speak on this?
You have two
I
online.
just had one more.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take other people first before we generally take seconds. Ross Kaplan, you have your hand up. Ross, I think you've been unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I also protest the special assessment for the Cape Seal. I'm sorry, 635 Oak Avenue is my address. I lived on Oak for 25 years, and I agree with all the concerns that have been spoken previously. One of my bigger concerns also is being on the Parks and Rec Board for 16 years previously, the dredging of Gorton Lake. They do that on a yearly basis, which they then truck out a lot of debris down Oak, which has really also assisted in destroying the edge, which is the main issue, on Oak at this time. So I don't know, I did speak at the meeting previously, and excuse me, I don't know if there's a better route that those trucks on a yearly basis could use that wouldn't, again, destroy the edge, but that's my big concern.
Thank you, Ross. We have Josh.
Hello, I'm Josh Wegener, 956 North Lawn, and I'd like to protest the Special Assessment District. And just echoing everything else my neighbors had to say, one additional question is, in the history of this Cape Seal program, how many times has it actually gone down where the city paid 15% and the residents paid 85%? I know in the mailings and everything it says that seemed to be commonplace, but I was looking back and I couldn't really find that many examples of that, and I was curious if anyone had those metrics.
Every year, we have a Cape Seal program, and every year, the residents of several streets, when you say are assessed. So I'm not sure what you mean by metrics, if you're looking for dollar amounts, number of tax parcels, but it's not only common, it's regular. It's
the standard.
Everybody. Does
It is the standard percentage split. I paid it 2 years ago.
Right. I paid it last year.
Does that help, Josh? Josh?
Oh, sorry, it did mute me. I was looking for how often it was 85-15, and I think you answered that. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Thanks. And there was one other hand up online. Sharon's iPhone?
Hi.
You don't sound like a Sharon.
Muted again.
Come on back. Who unmuted?
Are you there? You got me?
Yes.
It's Sharon and Todd Carey, 559 North Glenhurst Drive. I concur with many of the comments concerning the traffic on that section of road. The one aspect that we've experienced recently is the Bloomfield Road improvement construction activity. Lots of trucks, construction traffic up and down that road. Don't know how current the traffic study is in terms of traffic count. I think the illustration showed about 450 cars a day, or vehicles a day. My guess is that's light in today's term. But in any event, I'd like to reserve our right to protest the special assessment, and I appreciate the effort here.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jeanette Nemisto, and I live on 320 Lakeside. And I'm going to put my name in for the official protester list for preserving my rights.
You ended up with Sharon's iPhone.
Okay. Who mutes? Who's the muter in chief?
Done.
Okay.
My request might be a little different but this is particularly just related to Lakeside. So I made a visual because I think if you look at my street, or in the map you gave me, I don't know if I could.
Maybe somebody could help her.
So people can see it well enough. I just want them to see it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm thinking that we should best for our city, for the fact that there's so much construction, that the city or I shouldn't pay for it yet till we get this construction done. I live right here, and then I think everyone knows Oak is here. Here's Corton Lake. This is a Harmon Street. And I'm just circling the pictures I took of the houses that are getting built. And I think all the roads get pretty destroyed by the trucks. And I'm just I didn't talk to any neighbors, like in the house here, that's the in-ground pool they're building, and that just, I mean, it started, I mean, it's huge, and it's gonna be, they have a little house, I think it's gonna be their pool house, but that isn't done, and none of the cement, but you can see the outline. And then they've been doing something in their basement, you can see this, because it connects to their house. It's been going on for like 6 months, I don't know how much more construction they're doing. Then this house, you skip one, nothing's happening, but then this house, you can see there is no house, because that's been ripped down, and that's slated for probably 5,000 or 8,000 square foot house, which is fine, and I'm happy that people are building the houses that they like and everything, but that's kind of like the size of a small business when you're talking 5,000, 8,000 square foot building, so that's like a lot of traffic. The next one, you can see that this one has, I took a picture of it, but it hasn't been ripped down yet, but it will be. They put this up. The neighbors have said that that one's going down. I'm sure the city has it. So then nothing. This one, all the scaffolding is off. I don't know what they're doing again. The house right next to it, I took a picture of the chimney, but that's all is there because the rest is just demolished building that they're rebuilding. The one right here next to it's not done. So 7 out of 11 of the houses is a massive amount of construction going on just right here. So the thing that we're just saying is that can we just postpone this because it's just gonna crumble. We're gonna do it and it's gonna crumble because of the construction trucks. Let a massive amount here finish and then, do it in 1 year or 18 months from now, however do the cycle. Again, the road is bad. And then that brings up the bond part of that, where I was thinking just now, if you can't, and I just brought the little pictures, so everyone, if you want the pictures or not, but I'm pretty much done with that part of the map demonstration.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
But the bond, I'm not done, of course. The bond issue, I was just thinking that if I protested it and we still end up having to have that paved, even though we have all this construction, I would really like to know who I can go to say, we need to collect that bond money so that we have that money to go back, because this road will be crumbled. We get 1 year guaranteed or something by the builders. And if we do all that construction, it's going to be cracked and crumbled. And part of the bond money concern is that, first of all, I went and did these pictures. It didn't take me that long, but I can't run out there with a camera and be checking everyone's property, every one of these. Did they crack the road? Did something crumble? And a lot of times it's just like, it'll be like a foot of road crumbled off. I mean, this is like the chronic. So I just want to know how we can collect the bonds from all this construction and who collects them and how do we inspect and decide. That part came up, meaning like if I protest this and you're going to do it and let all that construction come by, then how can I collect the money so that we can have the people who ruin it in the next 2 years pay for it?
Let's answer that question first.
Yes.
We do collect the money. The building department collects the money. It goes to the city treasurer. The building department goes out and inspects, and if they find damage or something that's not repaired, then they withhold the money, and they only return the money when they're satisfied that everything's okay. Now, we're collecting more money now, and I'm sure that your input as a neighbor or resident would be welcome. If you saw damage and you wanted to make sure that the building department knew about it and was taking it into account, I'm sure they would welcome that input. As to your first comment, I'm going to translate that into a question, okay? Because this is a public hearing, I'm not supposed to be making comments, but I want to clarify what you're saying. Very compelling presentation. Okay, that's my comment. My question is, do we take into account construction occurring on a street when we choose to Cape Seal it? Now, and I'm guessing that the answer, but I'll let Ms. Coda answer. I think that in the past, we've looked at construction at questions like this and said, well, I mean, if we delay it because there's 3 houses under construction, next year there's going to be 3 other houses under construction. And the year after that, there's going to be 3 other houses under construction. Your graphic shows, what was it? 7 out of 11. And I wonder about the other 4. Are they already done?
Well, I
Or
only.
do you know? You don't know?
I'm not that busybody of a neighbor. I just stopped.
You're doing pretty good.
Keep going. 11 of my neighbors, and I took the picture, and then I stopped.
Okay,
And
well-
these are the trucks. They come in through here.
So
and
let's
there.
ask
That's a
simply,
lot.
do we take into account construction activity when we choose to include a street in the program?
That is something that is part, or one of the options, not options, but part of what we look at. A lot of times with the Cape Seal program, what we're running into now is Department of Public Services getting complaints from the public about having to maintain the Cape Seal program. And in some of these streets, as they say, try to maintain it, it's getting worse and worse, or they can't fill in a pothole because stretches of the Cape Seal has been essentially removed when we're seeing the gravel road. So we do try to coordinate builders, but as you mentioned, we can't predict if someone's going to build a brand new pool starting August of this year on their backyard when they are allowed to. So it's one of the things we do look at as a factor, but we can't predict when someone's going to build on their property.
She was just between, she was a portion of Lakeside. Thank you very much. Is there more?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You're nearing your 3-minute limit.
Oh, no, okay. I'll go really fast. In front of my house, it's no parking for the parking for this park. No parking across the street. But people park there all the time, and then that side crumbles. And I'd like, before we figure this, go on with the Cape Sealing, to figure out if the Parks Department and what they're gonna do about the fact that it's no parking, but everyone parks there, and then our road is getting crumbled on the other side due to people always parking in the no parking section.
So I think there's 2 questions there. Is there no parking zone? I thought it was all parking along there. You're saying, where are you?
Oh, I have.
Let's say in relation to the dock or to Harmon.
No parking is in front of my, the park has no parking signs on across from me. They say no parking from April 15th through October 15th.
Well, we have a lot of signs like that around town
I
that
know.
people ignore.
But then, so that's, yeah. So it's right across the street.
The question of what we're going to do with the parking, I asked that question. The city is going to be Cape Sealing this section that we consider to be parking at city expense, so nobody, correct? You answered that, right? So residents won't be asked to pay any portion of the cost of the parking
Okay.
area.
And then I'm on the corner lot, but it's like a curb, and the assessment I got for our property was, the first time they gave me, they said it cost me a couple $1,000s. Now it's less because because of, I'm not a corner house.
What's your
I'm
address?
Curb, 320.
And what is it?
$1,245.
$1,245?
Yep.
Okay, so we have $1,245.
Except for the fact that the rest of my property, which is gonna be 110 feet, they're saying is Randall.
So would you like us to charge you more?
Because I guess on Randall, they're gonna charge me 85%.
No.
That's a possibility when Randall gets done, yes.
When
I
Randall
would like
gets done.
so I would like my so right now, so that's Randall's supposed to be done the next, so I've been told that Randall will be done the next year. So in 1 year, Randall is slated for the same thing. And so I have the issue with the fact that it was so currently, so they're using a picture. This is what they said. This is my long, and this is my short, 122 long and 110 short. And here's where Mill Race Road comes in. And historically, though, when they go back to when they made the pricing, and I have a map that I pulled up of Birmingham, 1952, there is no Mill Race Road on this map. but they're using Millrace Road to determine my property as to where the front and the side ends. But if you go back, that road wasn't even there. And I take a picture of my house, and to me, I think my long side is the front of my whole house. And then like the short side should, at 85%, would be Randall, which is the side of my house. So it's,
Let me ask the city attorney, because I'm not sure this is appropriate. This is a very specific situation dealing with her property alone. Does she take that up with you, with her, with the tax tribunal? Is there a mechanism for her to appeal this and make her case before?
The discussion would be with the city engineer, which I'm,
And if I'm corrected, Mark Akram emailed you the subdivision plots towards the end of this evening?
well, I checked my email today, like 3 or 4 o'clock, and I had
We found subdivision plots information
Oh, you did?
from the 1920s and late 50s of showing when Millrace was essentially combined, Millrace got moved over from it. So we've got subdivision plots for that information that Mark was going to email you this evening.
to show where Randall ends.
I think we
Yes.
have to, like,
Okay.
cut this off. By voting on necessity tonight, we are not locking in numbers, are we?
no, you are not.
Okay, we're not locking in numbers tonight. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate all the work you did, and I think we all do. Any other comments, either in the room?
Is she protesting?
I think she said it right at the front.
did.
She's protesting.
I just have one more question for engineering.
Yes, Mr. Shell
Yeah.
from North Lawn,
I was
correct?
not able to attend the engineering meeting. I was out of town, but I just want to be sure there's no confusion around North Lawn. Because when our neighborhood was constructed, North Lawn and Latham were plotted out as very wide boulevards at the same time. Now, Latham was recently completely restructured, ripped out, and put back in. Latham is exactly like North Lawn, and there were no assessments. Absolutely none. It was completely replaced. They actually narrowed the road and put new curbs in, and that was all at city expense. Obviously, North Lawn, once you cross the bridge, is unimproved. I mean, it's like there's no curbs, there's no sewers, it's like a up north type road. But from Pierce to the bridge is pretty much like a city street. I mean, it's got curbs, catch basins.
So what's your point?
Well, the point is, why is North Lawn between the bridge and Southfield different than Latham?
That's a question I cannot answer. I don't think anybody
Why
on
was
the
Latham an improved road?
Well, I believe
Per your
Latham was an
definition, and why
improved
is
road.
North Lawn in the same neighborhood an unimproved road when it was put in at the same time?
I'm in the same neighborhood as another street. Our street was unimproved.
No, I just was curious. if the
I don't
engineering
think
department-
anybody can tell you the history of it, but the city determined that Latham was an improved road.
So Latham was part of the 2021 asphalt resurfacing program. It was under construction when I started here in July of 2022. From what I understand, Latham was an improved road. So if a road's improved, the city pays 100% of the cost for the maintenance of the roadway, including mill and overlay, curbs, or a reconstruction. From the documentation that we've got for North Lawn is an unimproved road, which is a gravel road with a Cape Seal treatment on top. Unimproved roads could have concrete curbs, could not have concrete curbs. It just all depends how the subdivision was plotted back in 1920s to the 1940, 50 timeframe.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just had a general comment about my records show I wrote a check in 2020 for $520, and you had me assessed for $1,700. Just wondering.
I mean, on this one.
That's correct.
Okay, she was going to look that up.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
I didn't tell her the cost.
Thank you for renewing
Yeah.
the question. Were you able to
I
determine?
cannot look at it from this information here. I would have, and then also Department of Public Services was handling the Cape Seal program there, so they would have to
The
check their
Department of Public
files.
Services just walked by in the hallway.
And construction costs have been increasing over the years.
Have you spoken once?
I did, but I have a very quick question.
Okay.
Is that okay? I think.
15 seconds, go.
I don't think there's anybody new.
Go.
Okay, go. So I was really pleased to hear about the bonds that you read about how it works for the bonds. However, if you never collect the bond from the contractors because they ruined the road, I mean, it's great that you
keep
get the, yeah, but if you never keep it, that's not great. And if you do keep it, the city, because they're ruining the roads, how is that then subtracted from the cost of the Cape Seal so that our cost is less? Like, if a contractor ruined.
Very good
street-
question.
Thank you.
And
I don't know
my
that that's
guess
ever
is,
been addressed.
A, it goes into the pot, B,
that's
it
not-
doesn't defray.
Well, if it
your
goes into the pot and then not, then that's not fair.
Let me
to
say
the homeowners.
something. We recognize that these processes that we have right now are imperfect, really imperfect. And we're working on it. We're intending to commission, we're going to ask the commission to hire a contractor, an independent contractor, or a consultant, to help us develop an infrastructure master plan that would solve a lot of these problems. It would head off a lot of the issues we're talking about tonight, whether it's street design, whether it's funding, whether it's communication with you guys, if it's timing of the design versus the execution, standards for design, standards for deviation from design, none of us like the roads the way they are. Not one of us thinks that we can't do better, and believe me, we're working on it. Government works slowly. We can't just stop everything, okay? So, really good questions, and I'm going to add them to the list of things we got to address, because you're right. If we withhold money, at least in my opinion, from a contractor, and I'm breaking the rules.
Yes, you are.
I'm breaking the rules. I'm going to shut up.
Okay, well,
Thank you for your comment.
I just have a quick question. Who pays to improve or cap seal major roads in Birmingham?
It depends if they're improved or unimproved. If they're improved, the city pays.
But that's because the road is improved.
If
it
they're
is a major-
unimproved?
If it is a major road, then you're making the residents pay 85%.
Under the current law,
or whatever
yes. That is correct, under the current law. Any other further comments? Questions from anyone online? Raise your hand. We're working on it. I'm going to close the public hearing. It's 8:56 p.m. Thank you all. Super appreciate it. I'm going to bring it back. I'm hoping I can get Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes, so to echo what Mayor Ballard said, thank you all so much for coming out. Huge amount of good feedback. I wrote down a lot of things. Many of them, I think we absolutely need to take a look at. What are we making sure that we are getting what we need to, out of compensation from developers when they construct a property? Lots of concerns about safety issues, especially on North Lawn. I have kids. I am also very concerned about street safety in the city, so I think that's something we definitely need to look into. Truck routing issues, parking, these are all great things to look into, and we definitely will. In the context of this specific program, though, I think that the important thing to remember, and this was kind of discussed on one of the calls, was that the split we have done, the split that we've done since apparently 1948, I didn't even know that, has always been 85-15. That's what people paid last year and the year before that and the year before that. And so I think that we need evidence of some sort of really pretty extraordinary deviation in order to deviate from that 85-15 split. And it is from hearing what the residents have said and from looking at the traffic data and some other information, it is my opinion that Oak does qualify as an extraordinary situation, in part because it has significantly more traffic than any of the other streets, and in part because it does qualify as a major street. And I know people have sort of used that term here tonight, but that is in fact a formal designation that Oak does in fact meet, and the other streets do not meet that formal designation. And so in light of that, I would like to make a motion, probably with the assistance of our parliamentarian, to move forward with the special assessment at an 85-15 split for North Lawn, Glenhurst, and Lakeside, and with a 50-50 split for the frontage on Oak Avenue.
There's also a
Is there-
couple other random roads in there.
I believe they are part of existing, I believe they're only the three sort of projects, so to speak, but I'm not entirely sure about what the language would need to be to make this motion.
Technically, when you make the motion for the special assessment, we need to go through the entire length of what is the suggested commission action. Then when you get to the particulars of the roads, you would make the statement that you just made. And then when we get to the area for the Sidwell number, address, and amount, then you would reference the packet at 8B for the table. However, that is going to change based upon your motion.
Yes.
Because now those values will change, which I don't know if we can do that math on the fly.
I would recommend we do not do it on the fly.
Exactly.
I think the math might have already been done.
I have a spreadsheet with the math, if that is sufficient. You need me to literally read out the costs per lot? Is that?
For the 50-50 on Oak, if that is your motion, yes.
I would recommend.
All right.
There aren't that many properties on Oak.
There is one hiccup there, though, which is that I think some of them are frontage lots and some of them are side, correct?
Exactly.
I would recommend that we actually don't, and we have it properly calculated, just so that we don't need any accidental mistakes.
Okay, what do you recommend? If that were the desire of the commission, what would you recommend we do? Is there a way to determine if it's the desire of the commission?
I'm going to, this is somewhat unusual, but before we take the next steps, I would want to confer with the engineer. Will that motion be seconded? And I know that's somewhat unusual. Okay, so I'm seeing that there'd be a yes to the second, which doesn't mean it's going to pass. It means it's open for discussion. So what I would suggest then is if you are going to make the motion, make it appropriately, to the best of your ability. We'll take the second. If that motion were to pass, it would be conditioned upon new mathematics in relation to Oak Street, defining it to be 50-50. We come back for the confirmation of the roll where those numbers then are verified.
All right, so I make the motion up until the table, at which point I simply state that we will be recalculating the numbers with a 50-50 split on the frontage for Oak Avenue at the subsequent confirmation.
Confirmation of the roll.
Confirmation of the roll.
The rest is as printed.
The rest is as printed.
Knowing that if there is an alteration in the number, at this point, as we determine necessity, it's going to be to the benefit of the homeowner, not to their detriment. So you would have to go through the rest of the motion as is, put in your alterations in language.
As written. All right. Well, we're gonna give this a shot and we'll see how it goes. All right. So,
Hang on, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
The engineer's trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem. This whereas, right before the chart says the split of the 85-15%, so that would have to get updated also?
Yes, yeah.
In your whereas?
Yeah.
In the suggested motion?
Yeah.
Yep.
When we get there, we would change that
yes,
as
where
we
it says
go.
the
And then if you-
formula.
And if you want to reference the properties on Oak, we've got the attachment of the maps that have the individual addresses. You can reference that as part of the agenda packet.
When we get up to the table.
Yes.
We're going to have to pause there. Go ahead,
All right,
and I'm going
let's
to
give it a
stop
whirl.
you if necessary.
All right. So, Whereas notice was given pursuant of Section 94-7 of the City Code to each owner or party in interest of property and lots to be assessed by first-class mail and by publication in a newspaper generally circulated in the city, and whereas the City Commission has conducted a public hearing and has determined it is necessary to proceed with the project of resurfacing existing asphalt roads, replacement of existing retaining wall in the city's right-of-way, replacement. Oh,
Nope.
I'm reading the wrong one.
Yes, please go to
Good for me. My apologies.
Page 300 of 400.
All right, let's try this again. Whereas notice was given pursuant of Section 94-7 of the City Code to each owner or party in interest of property and lots to be assessed by first-class mail and by publication in a newspaper generally circulated in the city, and whereas the City Commission has conducted a public hearing and has determined it is necessary to proceed with the project of resurfacing unimproved roads by method of pulverizing, cement stabilization, spray patching, and Cape Seal surface, and replacement of city sidewalk ramps, and whereas the city has previously established a policy to defray the costs of Cape Seal treatments on unimproved streets by creating a special assessment district consisting of the properties that are benefiting from this treatment, and whereas the City Commission, after the public hearing, has determined that the 2026 Cape Seal program is a necessity and is in the best interest of the city and will specially benefit the properties included in the special assessment district, and whereas the Commission has approved the detailed plans and estimates of cost prepared by the city engineer, and
I'm sorry? Except for those
provided
addresses on Oak Avenue,
on Oak Avenue, Greenwood to Old Woodward,
which will now change and will be advertised accordingly in the confirmation of the roll.
accordingly in the confirmation of the roll.
But to the benefit
But
of
to the
those
benefit
residents on Oak.
of those residents on Oak. All right.
Whereas proposed.
Whereas proposed costs by change order have been received and the costs of the unimproved roads resurfacing have been determined, and whereas the city engineer has determined the boundaries of the road resurfacing and sidewalk ramp replacement located within the limits of the following streets shall be installed as part of the 2026 Cape Seal program, contract number 5-26P, Oak Avenue, Greenwood to Old Woodward, and Lakeside Drive, Oak to Millrace, and North Glenhurst Drive, Oak to Pine, and North Lawn Boulevard, Rouge River to Southfield Road. And whereas the formula used in making the assessment is 85% of the front foot costs for improvement are assessed on all properties fronting on the improvement. 25% of the side foot costs for improvement are assessed on all residential properties siding on the improvement. 85% of the side foot costs for improvement are assessed on improved business properties siding on the improvement, and 25% of side foot costs for improvement are assessed on vacant business properties siding on the improvement for resurfacing of the unimproved roads and replacement of sidewalk ramps to meet ADA compliance, calculated at a rate of $40.83 per foot for properties on streets that will be pulverized, cement stabilization, and Cape Seal resurfaced.
Except for
those properties on Oak Avenue, which,
as listed on page 8B of page 301 of the agenda packet.
except for those properties on Oak Avenue as listed on 8D of
8B for Bravo. In section 8B for Bravo, page 301.
3001.
Which will be assessed.
Which will be assessed at 50% of the front foot costs for residential properties.
Improvements on.
Improvements.
And then.
For all.
The rest of that.
25% of the side foot costs for improvement on all residential properties siding on the improvement, 85% of
50%.
50% of side foot costs for improvement are assessed on improved business properties siding on the improvement, and 25% of side foot costs for improvement assessed on vacant business properties siding on the improvement for resurfacing of the unimproved roads and replacement of sidewalk ramps to meet ADA compliance, calculated at the rate of $40.83 per foot for properties on streets that will be pulverized, cement stabilization, and Cape Seal resurfaced. Therefore, let it be resolved, The City Commission has determined that the scope of the public improvement as described is in the best interest of the city and will benefit the properties listed in the assessment roll as is a necessity, and the City Commission directs the manager to prepare a special assessment roll and present the same to the City Commission for confirmation and set a further public hearing for the confirmation of the roll on March 9th, 2026, and give notice for the same.
Second.
He's got a little bit more to go.
Oh, big time.
And-
Oh, man.
I thought because you referenced the
And
table already.
I celebrated too soon.
You reference all of the Sidwell numbers, street address, Cape Seal assessment, except as above stated, as found on page 8B as in Bravo, pages 301, 302, 303, and 304 of 400.
Okay, you're going to need to run that by me one more time.
I forgot what I said.
All right,
As
there we go.
depicted,
As depicted,
all Sidwell numbers,
all Sidwell numbers,
street address,
street address,
Cape Seal assessments,
Cape Seal assessments,
except as otherwise stated above,
except as otherwise stated above,
as found on
as found on section 8B
of
of
the
pages,
agenda, pages 301.
pages 301, 302, 303, 304 of 400.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
And in a second,
now I second that.
I should also say that this is in line with what is allowed pursuant to the ordinance, that during the determination of necessity, changes can be made, things can be discovered because of the public input. So what you have done, Commissioner Kozlowski, is allowed for in the ordinance. It's part of the process.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion?
We have a motion and a second. We'll first take comment from the commission, and then we'll move to comment from Commissioner Host.
I have two questions and then a comment, okay? Question number one is, what is the amount of the bond money that we're putting in front of builders, against the road? What is
Sorry,
the
is
amount?
that relevant to the motion?
Yes, it is.
How?
Because on Lakeside, this young lady said that 7 out of the 11 homes in her area are under construction. Okay?
Okay, I still fail to see the relevance, but do we know the amount so that we can answer him and move on?
I'm sorry.
He wants to know how much we take from
What's
each
the
builder.
bond that the
I think we
builders
answered it
put up?
earlier. We said we thought it was $15,000, that we recently raised it. At your urging, I might add.
No, if it's 15, it's 5,000. I asked 6 months ago that we talk about raising it to 20.
She knows.
So under the fee schedule, under the building department, page 10, it's $5,000 that's collected for it. For the engineering department, we just got modified end of last year that we collect $3,000 for if it's a single trench or $6,000 for if it's 2 trenches, depending on where the water and sewer gets placed. So between those bonds, you get anywhere between $8,000 and $11,000.
Okay, and I don't know who can answer this, but what is the definition of a road that has sufficient traffic to be considered a main road? And is the number 1,500 cars a day?
We don't have main roads. There's no such thing as a main road. We have local streets and we have major streets. The local streets and major streets are defined, were defined many years ago under Act
By the state,
51, correct? By the state with some input from us. There's nothing about traffic per se. There are streets like Larkley is a major road and Oak is a major road. And of course, all the other major roads that we know, Adams, Lincoln, Maple.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, I believe the police use 1,500 cars a day as some kind of jumping off point that they become, more important streets.
That's possible. I
thought
don't think that's
1,500.
He's the former chief of police, and he's not aware.
1,500 is not a magic number then, cars
Not to my
a day.
recollection, no.
Okay. By the way, I have trouble with this motion because I was going to go further than Commissioner Kozlowski and suggest that not only should we make it 50-50 on Oak because it's a major road, but the traffic it gets is unbelievable. And you had two comments to the point that if we Cape Seal that section from Greenwood to Woodward, we're doing a disservice of our own money, because that Cape Seal will not hold up for more than a year or two. It'll, you know, that the rest of Oak, with the exception of that little stretch on Lakeview, is improved, and it's concreted, and then starting at starting at Lakeside, going up the hill to the east, it's all asphalted. The notion is it's all curbed all the way to Greenwood, and it should be an improved road at, I would say, the city's expense. I would like the Oak people to pay 50% of a Cape Seal job, but that is the height of what they should pay. The city ought to pay to have it asphalted and drainaged and curbed so that it will last.
So are you speaking in favor or in opposition to the motion?
I'm speaking in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Haig.
So I understand exactly what Commissioner Host is saying and the logic behind where he's going with, we have majority of Oak improved, then we have an unimproved and an improved and an unimproved patchwork. Where he's trying to go makes sense, but the reason I second this, and I know Commissioner Kozlowski and I are very much aligned on this thought process of why we want to do 50-50 as it's a major street. I feel that what Commissioner Host wants to do is also right, but that's almost like it needs to be a second step because we have a necessity for repair at this point in time. For the engineering department to go and do the various design elements, RFQs, etc., to convert the street to a fully improved street is not going to happen by this summer. It's as simple as that. It will not, it cannot, it won't happen that way. So what I would prefer to do, hence my seconding, is make the street somewhat more livable. I live on an unimproved myself. It was done 2 years ago. Feel free to drive down my street, which has curbs, drainage, everything, and enjoy the experience. I hope you got good suspension. I would like to see Oak improved, and then we go to the second phase, which is part of a bigger infrastructure picture to understand how we improve our infrastructure as a whole. Therefore, go with what we've got, put the next step as a future step to be viewed as the bigger picture of the city. One of the people that came up talked about the overall condition. You're right, it is not good. So that's why I think of that. I utterly respect where he's coming from, his opinion, and I feel it's right, but not for this summer. This is a time-buying exercise in my mind. So, yes, there is a cost involved, but then we have to look at the bigger picture. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Hold on.
I'm not going to repeat what he said because I agree with what he said.
Okay.
The only quick comment I would make is we should do this post haste.
Okay.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Get on to this isn't something that can drag on for a year.
I will call on you, but I'm required by rules to recognize
So
anyone.
I just want to note a couple of things. Birmingham is not unique in this 85-15 split or cost share amount for road improvements. Many other communities do this. Some have changed and gone to bonding, and the City Commission has talked about that. Bonding is paid by every taxpayer in the city to pay the bonds back. Is part of the debt service that goes into your millage rate. And there are, important questions to be had about people who were already paid and voted to have their roads improved based on the idea that they would never have to pay for road maintenance again. I live on an unimproved road. I was part of the Cape Seal program last year. I have to say that one passed with very little comment. And it was a very large Cape Seal program last year. It was Dorchester, Yorkshireville, Yosemite, Buckingham. Many of those roads get significant traffic. I know mine does, especially when there's an accident on Maple, because we're the pass-through. And this is not the first time that I've paid for a Cape Seal improvement on my road. This is the city hopes to get to every road every 10-ish years, though in practice it's closer to 15. So this is either this second or the third time that I paid for it. I don't recall. So I understand the idea that there should be a better solution, and I think the commission is working towards that, but we have done it this way, and I heard someone say, but doesn't make it right. But this is what we have. This is what we have done. This is what all your other neighbors who have been part of the Cape Seal programs in 25, 24, 23, 22, going back to 1948, have done. So, but I certainly agree with Mayor Baller that we hope to work towards a better solution. But in the meantime, this work needs to be done. So I will be supporting this motion. And I do agree with Commissioner Kozlowski's notice about Oak, its location. And it is the fact that it is a state noticed major street. The only exception that this commission has ever made in any point in time was Wimbledon at 50/50 for a very unique set of circumstances. Wimbledon was a full reconstruction road with sewer and water that was advertised to the residents in a way where the number came in 10 times higher than they expected. Those residents are also paying for their water and sewer laterals to be replaced. If necessary, they're paying for their driveway approaches. And so those residents have average assessments in the $6,000 to $8,000 range, even at the 50/50 splits. And that is why the commission saw fit to make the one-time exception for that road, but we have never made an exception for a normal Cape Seal program.
And they're also a major street, correct?
And they are also a major street, yes.
I'd like to move to the public as soon as possible. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to respond. I wasn't done, and I also believe that North Lawn deserves to be 50/50. In fact, I'm voting against this motion on the basis that for 77 years we've done this inappropriately. Government is here to pay for public services, safety, utilities, underground roads. That's why we have a government, and that's the way it should be.
Okay, I'll take any comments on the motion from the public. If anybody online, use the raise your hand function. I hope everybody's clear on that lengthy motion that was made. Please approach the microphone. Give us your name, residence.
Ed Pollack, 692 Oak. I support the motion. I think it makes a lot of sense. Our road's in terrible shape. I see cyclists going down there. Somebody's going to crash, get hurt. Right, wrong, or otherwise, people come out of Market and are driving there and are not doing well, and are driving. And with the snow, it's narrow. You have all kinds of trucks going by that are delivering things, and people are going into those ditches. I think we need some improvement done now for safety reasons. And side note, I'm the Chief Quality Officer at Henry Ford Health, so I don't want, and worked at Beaumont for years, Corwell, so do not actually want this kind of business. I think this is the right thing to do for the public. It's imperfect, I agree with all that, so I support the motion. I think it's a good motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody in the room? Anybody online? Last call?
I'll make a comment. Again, Michelle Arita from Oak, and I do have to agree. I appreciate the 50/50 split on Oak, but I see road improvement as responsibility of the city. So I think that whatever split applies, it should apply to other city streets too.
Are you in support of the motion or against the motion?
I have to be in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
But I wanted the added comment, and I think the next step should be safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further comment, I'd like to ask you to call the roll.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
No.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for enduring this. We're going to give you a minute if you want to stick around. The next item is the lease of 400 East Lincoln to Next. She will do that.
She's looking into, because
I'll get his phone number.
I think it's
Okay.
about.
talk with her directly about your particular circumstances is the best recommendation. Offline.
Thanks for putting up with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. I've never seen so many people leave with smiles on their faces. We did something right. Oh, yes. Okay.
Doesn't she have homework?
Does anybody on the commission need a break? Does anybody need a
You
break?
don't have to stay.
Yeah.
And I'll take one if we're going to.
All right, we're going to take a
Stay.
5-minute
You just
break.
don't have to. Just letting you know, that's all. Thank you for staying.
It's a double feature, right?
I don't know.
We're back in session. Are we record? Yes, we are recording. So we're now on to a resolution to approve an agreement between the City of Birmingham and Next regarding 400 East Lincoln. And I assume we have a staff report.
Yes, if I may, I just kind of I'm not going to belabor this too painfully, but I just think some things are important to sort of set the table. One, I think that this is a lot more fun and a lot more exciting than what y'all just did. So, back in 2023, and I'm not going to belabor the history, I just want to make some reminders. Back in 2023, at the time, Tom Marcus, the city manager at the time, saw a need of Next, the 501c3 that provides senior services to our residents that the city does not. And they do so for a nominal fee from the city and other communities. Tom saw that the Next was struggling because they did not have a permanent place to conduct its services to the senior population. They knew, Next, that they had a finite time to be at the Midvale Public Schools, and while the Birmingham Public School has been extremely generous to Next, they have to change their model for the building. So at that time, the opportunity came for the city to purchase the building at 400 East Lincoln at a really good price, and worked with Next, and Next said, we would love to take the opportunity to be placed somewhere permanent so that we can have consistency and we are able to count on our future. In fact, I think the words were, and it's even a whereas clause in our agreement, that Next needs to be able to rely upon stabilization and predictability for its finances and physical presence to continue to serve the community's senior population. So with that said, we made a commitment. We made legal promises, legal assurances to Next as to what we would do to help them achieve the goal that I just stated, and hence 400 East Lincoln. And then the commission passed that unanimously, right? And everyone was very excited to do it. We all know 2.5 years have passed, nearly 3 years. Lots of things have happened. Lots of things have come and gone and changed. But where we are now is this. We not only made those legal promises and assurances to an organization that we value to provide senior services, but we went to the voters and said, we need some money in order to create this environment and to bring 400 East Lincoln, or at least a part of it, to a place where they Next can find it usable and allows for them to provide their services. And the voters voted and said, yes, we support that, and we're going to support how much?
It'll be 3.3, but with interest, 3.5.
$3.5 million, okay? And so we told the community what was needed. They voted yes. And now it's time for us to act on the promises and the legal promises and what we told voters we were going to do and why we were going to receive their money and take it. And it's time to do that now. So I think that that's really important from some history that we have to think about what we're doing. Now, we have this building at 400 East Lincoln, and we have this finite pie of money. And what do we do with that? Well, what we've been able to discover is parts of the building aren't what we thought they were going to be. But nonetheless, the first floor of 400 East Lincoln can suit the needs of Next to achieve the goal, once again, to be able to rely upon stabilization and predictability for its finances and physical presence. And that $3.5 million can buy the ability to make the changes necessary to achieve that goal, and also in order to comply with the ADA requirements to make it accessible. It doesn't buy us enough money to go up or down. There's been some confusion in I think, to the public that Next is somehow refusing to take more footage, or Next is not willing to share something. That is not true. The city changed what the footprint would be for Next based upon what 3.5 mil can buy us in that building and the best way to get Next in there, into the building. I made myself some notes, so I just want to take a peek here. With that said, we know that that's not going to be the end-all and be-all of this building, right? We have areas that Next is not going to occupy as the leased premises. And I think City Manager Ecker alluded to this last time. This is phase one, right? We got to get phase one done to move on to phase two. And phase two is going to be the rest of the building. Now, what that looks like, we don't know yet. Does that mean the city taking it over? Does it mean another tenant? What does it mean for all of the parts of it, for the pool? We don't know that yet, right? We're not there yet. We are in phase one, and phase one has to get done. Once we get phase one on its way, and that is developing a plan, an architectural plan, how this is going to happen. Oh, and by the way, they have a drop dead date that they need to move by May of 2027. So we don't have a lot of time here for them to fool around. Once we get that ball rolling, then I think a lot of work has to then take place. I think a lot harder than this lease of what does phase two look like. I think it's real important to talk about a few things within the lease. First, we did a process that we've not done before, and I think it's been, and I heard Commissioner Haig say this, it's been helpful and it's been positive and productive. This lease was sent out at the request of Commissioners Haig, the mayor, that the lease was sent out to the commission under attorney-client privilege earlier, a couple weeks ago, because it was important to us, meaning the manager's office and myself, as we negotiated with Next and their attorneys, to get feedback and input from each of you. Sometimes it was just questions, sometimes it was actual questions of language changing and suggestions to actual verbiage and what else can we do to make this a good, fair lease for all parties. And it was great. It was a great exercise. I think a lot of you had really good input, a lot of good questions, and as a result, I do think we have the fairest as possible lease for all parties involved. I think it's important to note that this kind of a lease, which is a little bit different than we might get with public-private partnerships, this isn't about a deal. This isn't about something that's going to be a moneymaker for the city. That's why we have to go back to 2023. Why did we even go down this road with Next? What was the purpose? The purpose is to get them a permanent home, although I know some commissioners don't like that phrase, but it's to get them that permanency, which also leads to the point of why a 30-year lease. That's why. Next needs to know, again, they have to be able to rely upon stabilization and predictability for its finances and physical presence. 30 years may seem like a long time to some people. We don't believe 30 years is any longer than is necessary to achieve a lot of different goals. If we look to different models, originally the model that Tom Marcus wanted us to use for a lease was mirroring the BBAC, which they are slightly different animals. There's some different facts here, but their lease was even longer. And so the 30 years, I think, is a good measurement. And we went back and forth. Next, their attorney and us went back and forth as to what was a reasonable number, because it does some things. Not only does it give them stabilization and predictability, it also incentivizes them to invest their money in our asset. If you noticed in the lease itself, 2B regarding term extension, it actually talks about if Next invests X number of dollars, that allows them to continue the lease longer than 30 years. Shorter than 30 years, it would never, why would they ever open up their pocketbook? Why would they invest in our asset? So this does give incentives to them to use their own money to improve the space. And if it's not movable, it stays with us in our asset, which is also reflective in the lease. We also anticipate some questions regarding if this building changes. You will notice on page 2, there are 5 whereas clauses talking about the future. We want everyone to be clear, everyone meaning the city commission, next, their board, the public, our residents, that this building may not be the end-all and be-all into perpetuity. Who knows? Maybe it will be. Maybe with improvements it will be. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it's going to be a new building. Maybe it's going to be a built-out. We don't know. So those whereas recitations puts everybody on notice that things may change in the future, but we will reduce all of those changes in writing, mutually agreed upon, so that there's no surprises to next, the rug's not pulled out from under them, but by the same token, the city has to have the ability to do what it needs to do to protect its assets and any future needs that the city recognizes. Phase 2. So those whereas clauses are very deliberate, very purposeful to address those potential changes in the future. Next is aware of them and accepts them. Let's see. I think also, too, there was some questions about regarding termination and if Next does things that the city doesn't like. So there is built in a couple of the paragraphs that we are acknowledging that Next must continue the services and the programming as we know them and use the building in such a way as to effectuate the purpose of their mission. If they don't, then it does come back in front of the city commission, and the city commission has an opportunity then with notice and an opportunity to cure the defect to terminate the lease. So all of that said, I think we've been able to address a lot of concerns, a lot of issues. We believe this to be a fair lease. We encourage the city commission to pass this lease tonight. There's a lot more work to be done. There's a lot more agreements and addendums to this lease to come, depending upon what phase 2 looks like and how that develops. But in the meantime, we need to get going to complete the legal promises that we made and the voters' giving of money to us. We need to do what we said we were going to do with that money and get on it so that Next has a home, as we promised, by May of 2027. I'm open to any questions, and I believe Chris Braun is here, and there we have it.
Thank you. And I would like to handle this similarly to the public hearings and hear from anyone in the public who would like to comment on the lease online. If you're online, use the raise your hand function. If you're in the room, come on up. If you have no comments, then we can come back to the commission. No one in the room wants to comment.
Oh, heck, I'm the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Underdown.
I can't believe the total. So I'm David Underdown for 437 Suffield, and I've lived in Birmingham for 80 years. And I want to just bring out some of the people in the past that have been so important to Next, just to reiterate over and over again how we've had for many times. So Tom Marcus was mentioned. Bob Kenning was part of the founding of Next. Roger Garvelink, our city school, he was involved in the founding of our group. And I want to emphasize the importance of the seniors services, the commission and the building. It's going to be so important to us, and I want to make sure that the commission recognizes the importance of seniors in the community and takes good care of us. And I appreciate your listening to me and taking the time to really look this over. We've worked hard on it, and I appreciate all that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Long, temporary Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I would, Mayor Baller, like to make a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the agreement between the City of Birmingham and Next, Your Place to Stay Active and Connected, regarding 400 East Lincoln Street, and further to direct the mayor and the city clerk to sign the agreement.
Second.
Motion second. Okay. Comment. comment from the public, there aren't enough people here who want to talk, so Chris, if you want to come up now, or if you want to hear some of what my colleagues have to say, anyone on the commission, comments? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I'm not going to be lengthy on this. I have two major reservations, and you all have them as of yesterday. One is there's no morals clause, and if I can just read you what any commercial lease says, if the tenant or any affiliate becomes involved in any act, occurrence, or public controversy that, in the landlord's reasonable judgment, subjects the property to public scandal, contempt, or ridicule, or materially diminishes the goodwill or prestige of the property, landlord may terminate this lease within 30 days' notice. That's something that I feel is not in the lease. And the second thing is I feel the lease is way too long. It should be 10 years with 5-year options.
So are you speaking in favor or against the motion?
I'm not voting for it.
Thank you. Well, you made the motion, so technically you should have gotten the first shot
that's okay.
at a comment.
I am not concerned about the lack of a morals clause. I believe that Section 9, termination for reasons other than default, which says that it would cease to services were to cease in the manner, form, or substance as that which exists at the time a lease agreement is executed, can certainly cover that. Currently, they're not in violation of a morals clause. If they were doing something that was ridicule or immoral, I think that we could call them up under this Section 9 and say, not what we signed up for.
Commissioner Haig?
He was the second, so technically he gets it before me as well.
Oh, I didn't see him raise his hand.
It's just if he wanted to.
Sorry.
If you
had your hand up, I'm calling on you.
Yeah, all right. So I think the city attorney said one word that was extremely key in the preamble, and that was fair. Fair was very important. And yes, it was very, very beneficial for all of us to be able to take time and probably primarily peace and quiet without having to cram it in over a weekend to try and review this ahead of time. So it was an extremely good process. I think we've learned from it. We can execute that process again in the future. So thank you for doing that. It is different to a regular commercial lease. We all have to wrap our heads around that. There is a different situation. It is not a money-making exercise for us. It was never meant to be a money-making exercise for us. And anybody that thinks it should be, please take that preconception out of your heads, because it's not that. This is a support. So therefore, there are certain different criteria in play. And I respect everybody having different opinions. The fact that we don't all agree with absolutely everything doesn't mean that we can't proceed with where it is right now, because we do have to make progress on this. So I'm going to support this lease. I'm going to support this motion because fairness and making progress were necessary. And I think we've got the best balance that we could achieve with those at this point in time. That's my reasoning. That's my logic. I've been vocal on this subject before. I think we're at that point now where progress is reasonably acceptable, or acceptable by reasonable people, however the phrase may be on that. I think you get my point.
Okay. I'm going to support the motion. That's all I have to say. Commissioner Cole?
I have two things. I, too, want to get this done, but I have two things. I don't think 30 years is reasonable for stability. 10 years is well reasonable for stability, in my opinion. The second thing is on page 7 of 12, Item number 9, this is for clarity purposes. We say the parties acknowledge that the future can be unforeseeable and the landlord, by a majority of the city commission, may opt to terminate the lease with 3 months written notice. To Next, if the mission of Next and/or services to Birmingham seniors were to cease in the form and in the manner, form, or substance as that which exists at the time of the lease. I think we need to spell that out because that's, if it's changing, I think we can use the stuff that Next has put out there relative to their name and purpose from July of '24, which I have a copy if the city attorney would like it.
Thank you. I think that...
Can I ask a quick question
Sure.
first? Are you speaking in favor or against the motion?
As written against.
Go on.
I think that it is, the way that it is worded is very intentional, because if we limit it to what they're doing now, if they start to improve things, now we have language that's no longer efficient or optimal. I'm going to support the language as written because I think it serves what we, the city, needs for it to serve. It's also difficult, Commissioner Cole, because I don't necessarily like to tell the work product of my thinkings when I negotiate something with another attorney. And I can tell you that this was not an easily accepted paragraph from them. But I am comfortable with what it says, and I'm going to support what it says.
Okay. Those are my only two.
Did she change your mind?
No.
About the paragraph?
No.
And that is enough to,
Yes.
yes?
I'm just going to say that I agree with the city attorney. I do not think that we are in the business of dictating whether they have pottery twice a week or painting once a week, or whether they want to add a different or new type of class. I think the paragraph covers that comprehensively, but without micromanaging, that they continue to provide the types of services that we're used to them to provide, and that they're not going to, and if they cease to do that, if they cease to be a place of community and engagement and education and support for elders, that we'll know that and we'll bring them back. But we're not in the business of telling them what classes they should be offering on what schedule. We're not.
Commissioner Haig. Hold on.
Go for it.
Well,
I don't have, I'm going to be brief.
you haven't
anyway.
spoken yet.
I'm pretty content with the language in 9. As far as the 30-year lease is concerned, I think Next has been operating for 40 years at least. I would hope that we intend to continue providing senior services for the next 30 years. And I think that
you're going to need them.
Yeah, exactly, right? There we go.
Sorry.
And we have a lot of language, as the city attorney pointed out, for, well, what do future phases of this relationship look like? And we have some sort of scaffolding for building new agreements should we come to that. So I'm prepared to support the motion as is.
Okay. Commissioner Haig, you had another comment.
Yeah, so to circle back on his observation, I agree we don't need this to be too prescriptive. Not, you must provide pottery 3 times a week and dance classes once a week. No, that's not it. The document he's referring to are Next bylaws, which are not prescriptive as far as what the programming is. They're only prescriptive in purpose. And the purpose is 3 paragraphs in Section 3 of the Articles of Incorporation. I would have no problem appending that, because it's not that level of prescription. It's just a statement from July 2024 as to what Next's purpose is. But it doesn't demand this program and not that program. That would, to me, be sufficient to explain what the purpose is so that we don't get scope creep coming for whatever.
We don't
it may
need
be.
your vote, we need his vote.
But to get to the point of what he's getting
Ask him
at.
if that will satisfy.
He suggested this, and I would be perfectly happy with that because it does not go to the concern the commission.
It doesn't go to
Temporary
schedule.
Mayor Pro Tem long had of overly prescriptive.
Okay, let's just see if.
That's it.
I tell you the truth, I don't know what that is, but
Yeah,
I'm trying to
look at that
get
more.
this guy's vote.
I guess then my question back then to Commissioner Kolb is if somehow I have 5 quick minutes to talk to the other side and I take a look at this and we make an amendment to say that this is now Exhibit C, would that get the vote of yes? Or is the 30 years gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 30 years probably torpedoes it in and of itself for me.
Okay, there you go.
These are-
Well, then
there you
there's no reason to go on. Okay.
But bring your questions up. I mean, the duration is not new.
Yeah.
But I might also suggest that I feel like the language in 9 is kind of broad enough to include the existing, I forget how you refer to it, a mission statement or bylaws of Next, right? That seems to me to conform with the manner, form, and substance that exists at this time. You know, those are their bylaws right now. I feel like Section 9 kind of does lock them in already.
I agree.
If that was a concern.
Right.
We can't, well, now you'd have to, let's say we persuaded him that was true, then we still have to deal with the 30-year.
Yeah.
So.
What about a 29?
No.
How about 29?
You know,
Nope.
I'm going to say that all the commissioners have had this lease
Yeah.
since February 9th. If 30 years was an issue to you on February 9th, I think that it's not, to bring it up now as we have an approved lease that we've all commented on, that many of us have spent hours
Well, he
talking
may
to the
have.
city
I
manager.
did.
He did.
How about
We
February
discussed it.
10th?
February 9th, February 10th.
And we discussed a lot.
Right, so, yeah.
Yeah, we
And-
spoke for like 50 minutes.
Okay, and it's still, and the still recommendation is 30 years, which is agreed upon with their attorney, so.
Yes, I think
That's what we have in front of us.
It offers them stabilization, but it also offers them incentive to utilize their own funds to improve the property to their fullest use without them coming to us.
Right.
Saying, can we get this, can we get that?
And-
And why, if it's a lesser lease,
Can I make
why
another
would they, if it's only 10 years, they are not going to open up their pocketbook and spend money on our asset.
And more importantly,
That stays with the property.
Their donors are not going to open up their pocketbook for less than 30 years. So, with this lease in place, they can now go raise funds
Yes.
to make improvements that they want.
Excellent point.
Okay, I think we know where everybody stands on this. Let's go ahead, but let's move it to a vote because we know where we're going.
Trying to find a compromise here. Would language along the lines of the lease duration, and then we say that there will be specific reviews of some description, like things like a peer check type thing. Are there reviews at prescribed intervals within the duration so that we could have a formalized review of satisfaction of mutual conditions within the 30-year period? So we could say, 10 and then 15, 20, 25, something like that within that period, so we could have these breaks where there's, and it won't be any of us, we won't be around, it'll be our successors or our successors' that will do this, but they have the opportunity to then say, we looked at it as well, we're satisfied, continue. But they could be defined breakpoints or checkpoints, like stage gates.
So we have not discussed the interlocal agreement and the review that might afford, even though we may not be contributing, or whatever the contribution is or is not. I think we will still necessarily be part of the interlocal agreement, which already has review provisions.
Yeah, that's the interlocal. That's not part of this motion, though. Separate that out, because that's not contained within the motion.
I don't think we're going to get, it's a good idea, but I think the interlocal agreement already provides mechanisms, and if it doesn't, when it comes around to renewing it, we can
And I think at
beef
this
them up.
point in the night, or at this point in the, I don't think we should be wordsmithing this or changing this. Either if you don't like it, then vote no. But I think that ship
Right.
sailed. And-
Well, if a couple of words could change his vote, but I don't think a couple of words is going to change his vote. So we are where we are. With that, if there's no comment from the public or anyone online, I will ask, Chris Braun. It's okay. I'm surprised there's no comment.
Well, thank you for all your hard work. I know this has not been easy for any of us, including Mary, most importantly, but thank you all for your hard work. The 30 years I do want to address, and I think it's very important, where we are right now, we're not able to make improvements, which is part of why we are sort of stymied in the situation we're at. If you say 10 years, it takes me 3 or 4 years, 5 years to raise enough money, say a couple $1 million to put on addition. Why would I put a couple $1 million into a building with 5 years left on my lease? It just wouldn't. And Commissioner Long's point, donors wouldn't either. It really handicaps us to have a shorter lease. And when you look at the Art Center with a 50-year lease, you look at the tennis bubble with quite a long lease, this isn't unusual for service organizations. It provides stability and future growth, which is good for the city, which is good for seniors. So I don't quite see the objection or what it would be based on, because it's a win-win, if you ask me. But like I said, currently with the way we are in Midvale, we can't put any money into the building that would be beneficial to Next, because we don't have stability or predictability there. So that's my point that I wanted to make. But I did want to thank all of you for your time. I know it's been arduous and not a lot of fun, but maybe the fun can start now? Maybe?
Samba classes? All right. Please.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
No.
Commissioner Host?
No.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, I do, now that that is behind us, I do have one statement. The YMCA renewed its message, its desire to remain in service of the city of Birmingham. And that is something I think most of us would welcome in some form. And last week, with full acknowledgement that it sold the building to the city for use by Next, and with no desire to get in the way of that arrangement, but with knowledge that the city intends to explore ways to utilize the rest of the building, leadership of the Y met with the city manager, the city attorney, and me, and we talked about ways that that might happen. It's not as simple as you might think, but I can assure you that everyone is sharpening their pencils and will continue the conversation. There's no guarantee that we will be able to work something out. All I can tell you at this point is that we are talking, we're all hopeful, and I will keep you posted on the progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move on to the next item, which is the proposed design for North Old Woodward Avenue from Oak to Woodward. Ms. Coda, you have a starring role tonight.
And Frederick.
So as part of this fiscal year, we've got approximately $100,000 for design to happen for North Old Woodward from Oak to Woodward Street. So our consulting engineers are just starting preliminary design of this portion of the roadway. Normally, this would go in front of multimodal board for their review and provide recommendations to City Commission, but since multimodal board is currently not meeting, this is coming directly to City Commission itself. In the packet, probably the easiest way to go over this is, was a scroll of the street. Need to apologize, when we test the new system, we thought this was going to print by 11 by 17 in your packet. Obviously, it did not. That wasn't the case. So we're learning that with that process. But with this, we're going from Oak Street to Woodward itself. And as you can see in this location along through here, there's existing parking along the west side of the roadway, some pavement markings. The parking spaces aren't delineated out there, so essentially people just start stacking itself on there. Also, what we run into is you just have pavement markings of where people can essentially park at. And with this, a lot of the locations, the lanes are a lot wider than what we typically have in other places in the downtown area. So with this, there was two options that with our engineering consultant and traffic engineering consultant to be able to look at. I'll start from the north. When you come off of Woodward Avenue itself and go on Northwood Woodward, would be essentially in this area, dedicated area for the bus stop to be able to pull over through here. Currently, it's not really designated in that location. It's kind of, I wouldn't say hit or miss, but it's not well striped, et cetera, type of a deal with the curb. So in that location, would be able to have to be able to pull off an area for the existing bus stop that's located there. And then at each of the side, essentially the entrances to these are condo units here, essentially do the pedestrian bump out to make sure we've got the parallel parking along the street. And then essentially also have the pavement markings striped out there so that way it gives people the 5 feet buffer distance where no one can park at to be able to get in and out easily with the parallel parking itself. And then when you get to Oak Street, so all of that stays about the same, either in the first concept that's being showed or the second concept being shown. Where you see the most change at is located in right north of Oak, in front of the, and also in front of the gas station. So in this location here, you would see that people are traveling southbound through here, and then essentially your left-hand turn lane starts here and your right-hand turn lane turns here. You've got essentially what we call a shorter stacking distance. As you can see back behind here, some of this existing pavement is here. And what we noticed when we were out in the field is what you have sometimes happening if people are going south on North Old Woodward and turn into the gas stations, people actually will bypass this area here because you have enough room because the cars are parked all the way in this location here. So option one essentially has it where you've got a shorter stacking distance at the intersection, and then potentially the left-hand turn lane doesn't start until this point here. In option two, everything essentially north of the gas station stayed exactly the same itself. Where you see the distance, the difference at is in north of Oak. Essentially, we've extended the right-hand turn lane taper a little bit further, but we also extended the left-hand turn lane where people who would like to turn into the gas station can turn into this location right here and be able to turn left. This distance allows about 2 or 3 vehicles to be able to stack in this location right here, but then be able to get safely around this location through here. So that's the difference between concept one and concept two, and I'm available to answer any questions.
I'll raise a question. Now, this has nothing to do with your improvement necessarily, but for all the years I've lived here, as I'm coming south on Woodward Avenue, for some reason intuitively, the second lane, not the far right lane, seems like the lane to be in because it's like straight. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
Is there any way to address that issue?
So I think what's going to help with this is essentially you've got the pavement marking happening through here, and you would have the dedicated bus stop in this location right here. Right now, essentially people can park here. So this visual of having the bus stop and the concrete curb in this location right here, I think will help delineate that issue of when you're going southbound on Woodward, just because the lanes being so wide, that's causing the issue.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Commissioner Haig.
I wasn't going to talk about, but to your point, maybe better signage actually on Old Woodward would help with that. Well, to actually point that it is 4 lanes and then it's a P.
We have the ability to do, it's 4 the whole way. So
that's my point. It's 4 lanes, but what you're saying is it feels like you actually should not necessarily be in the far right to peel over into it. Well, we own the easement on Old Woodward further north of this, so we should be able to put it up, and I doubt if MDOT would have a problem. So I think we can do some education with signage on that one. to your point. What I was going to get at was, honestly, I'm not really so concerned about Proposal 1 versus Proposal 2. The details, I leave that up to people with better traffic management and road layout management. My big concern is the timing. To do this after Dream Cruise and expect it to be done by November will fail. I said that with Wimbledon. Wimbledon's a slurry. This will fail because we don't have any predictability over the weather. This year turned out to be an extremely harsh winter. I don't trust the weather not doing the same thing to us. So I personally don't see any reason whatsoever why we should wait for Dream Cruise before we start. We should start before that because this piece of old Woodward actually is not reserved for any car displays, demonstrations, tenting, or anything.
Can we start it before Dream Cruise?
You might be able to start beforehand. That'll have to be a discussion we have with MDOT and check to make sure they're okay with it. Just because we would be detouring this area in this location and there'd be detour signs, et cetera, if we start earlier than the Dream Cruise. So it's something we could look into MDOT and ask them if we start construction. I'm just throwing out a July 15th type of a deal. We would have the road crews during Dream Cruise having detour signs of that road being closed. Does MDOT have any issues with it?
So were they the ones who brought up the Dream Cruise and said, you can do this, but you have to start after Dream Cruise?
So part of it is, we didn't reach out to MDOT yet. MDOT usually mentions as part of the permit applications when we're applying for projects is to make sure stuff is open nearby during Dream Cruise. I think for this one, since it's right adjacent to Woodward, we might have to reach out to MDOT to see if they're okay with that. Also, too, we do coordination with the police department because a lot of times if they're closing down closing down Woodward in the evenings, which way are they directing people on traffic?
The detour is just to Oak and then right and then left, right? I mean,
Right.
it's not
Depends
like-
which direction you're going. I mean, if you're going south, you're not going down there. But
There's only
it's
one.
it's either my feeling. Either we start before Dream Cruise, which may be crunching it too much, or we start it in the spring. Because if there's any issues, if that's shut down through winter because the concrete plants are shut, we can't pour concrete, there's an awful lot of changes that are needed here with bump outs, etc. This will end badly because if you think about the access to all the condos that are up in that area, this could be inconveniencing 1,000 people.
Made a good point.
I don't like the dates. That's my bottom line. The dates don't work.
And with that, what I can do is put it either this week or next week, follow up to MDOT to see if we can move it up with, if there's any issues moving up earlier, and then include it as a staff report in
This
the
is
next
just
city
the
commission
design.
meeting.
You're just
This is just the design, yes. But for the schedule itself, I can follow up with MDOT and provide a staff report in a future city commission meeting.
As to the design, I drove this a lot over the weekend. I think that concept 2 is preferable because I observed multiple times the turning into the gas station, even just going up and down, back and forth. And I actually used to live when I was first married off of Bloomfield Court, so I'm familiar with this area. I think that concept 1, you're giving up a lot of roadway to, Greenbelt or whatever. Concept 2, I think that the left turn lane is useful. I did note that the parking in front of the condos was heavily used even on a Sunday, and I'm wondering whether the approach lane at, where you lose all the way to there, the approach to the left of the slide, you've got 6 spots there, and right now there's probably 8, I think, or 7 spots there, and there's 8 or 9 now, as you said, not striped. Is it possible, when you're looking at the design, to make that approach maybe a little bit shorter and get one more space in there?
To make this turn here shorter?
No.
To the left.
To the left, farther down.
Further towards Oak.
Yeah, right there. That seems like you're starting that
Right turn lane.
that really far off the intersection. And I'm wondering whether you could get one more space there. That's my only comment. But generally, I prefer option 2.
That's something we can check to see. I do know they were trying to looking at the sidewalk and just having preliminary design. They haven't set grades on the top of curves, so they need a little bit of space. But that's something we could look into in the design to see if we can add one more space in this location.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Host was next.
No, go ahead.
Okay. The first thing I have is kind of a strange question, so don't put too much stock in it, but I am curious. How much value do we think there is in the northbound lane there? Because I feel like the northbound lane, right, basically just feeds to a turnaround that lets you go southbound on Woodward, right? Which, if you're in the gas station, you can just turn onto southbound Woodward. And if you're south of this, you can get to southbound Woodward off of Oak. So is this?
The condo and the apartment owners.
Okay, so it is used by the residents there to get onto Woodward.
Well, at least
That is their preferred way, rather than go south and then go out onto Oak.
Well, what are you suggesting? Are you
Well, I'm saying if we're,
suggesting
like Commissioner Long had said, is there some way we can find some way to get some more space for parking? You know, the parking here is highly utilized, and I'm saying, well, we've got a bunch of right-of-way here. Is there some way for us to just shift the southbound lanes south, to the east?
What is the
just-
definition of the right-of-way there?
The
Is it the
right-of-way
dashed
is
lines?
the black dash line. What we sometimes are going to run into on the east side is, these are the existing trees located in the city right-of-way.
Yep.
So if we move this edge of the east roadway to the east, we're looking at then taking out.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what if we just scrap the northbound lane?
So you're saying,
You just restripe it, and you just say what is now the northbound lane becomes left turn lane, right? What is now the left turn lane becomes a straight, and what is now, and then you just have the entire perimeter there potentially for parking. Is that, but if what we're saying is, well, that's a massive inconvenience to the residents who live there, then, we can scrap it. I'm not married to that idea. It was just something I was thinking if we were looking to fish more parking spots out. So, and then my second thought was, if I'm reading this right, we've got bump outs at like Bloomfield Court. But there's no like east-west crossing there, right? There's no sidewalks on the east side at all anyway, right? So the bump out isn't existing to like reduce the length of a crossing here.
Protects the parking.
Is that what the purpose is, so that people don't rear end the parking vehicles? Because I was thinking that could be another, if we just made it a straight line, we could eke out another parking spot.
It also narrows the road to
Yeah.
That's a good point.
and also
Okay.
too, in this location here, I'll zoom in real fast. It's hard to tell with a little bit of the yellow. With essentially striping the area as designated parking spots, this is going to be an ADA compliant spot with access to the sidewalk, and the
Yeah.
same in this location right here. So we are using kind of the bump outs to be able to help us fit the ADA parking spaces in this location.
Okay, great. Thank you.
May I speak? I guess I'm calling on myself. This idea of using the right-of-way when we need parking and we talk about making concessions for employees, there are many communities where they provide free parking out, pretty far out, but, it works for some people. And I'm looking at the trees that you have on here, and on the plan there, they look like, big, they look more substantial than when you do a street view. They're mostly evergreen trees that can be moved. And I wonder if we could put in a significant number of parking spaces there that could be offered free of charge.
On the other side.
Yeah.
They'll get used by
To anybody, but it's going to be employees who don't want to pay to park in the structures.
There's power lines right above them. If you look at it, there's a major power line that goes straight above those with transformers on the poles.
Well, I don't think that, we'd have to ask them whether the power lines are a problem. You're right, there are power lines there, but.
Fairly big.
I mean, you could put a gravel parking lot, with where you turn in, not parallel, but whatever, angled parking or whatever. It's just a thought that as we talk about parking all the time, and if there were people parked up there on Sunday, then I can imagine there would be a demand for it.
I was under the impression that those spots are being used by the condo owners. They're adjacent to the condos for if they have more cars than they're allotted, or if they have visitors, it seems to be.
Maybe, but there's an opportunity nonetheless. I throw that out. If anybody thinks it's a good idea, say so. If you think it's a bad idea, say
Any
so.
parking we can get, we should take.
I think it's a question that Melissa could ask the
Yeah,
designers.
I support asking the question. The only caveat I'm really looking at there, quite honestly, is that's part of the gateway to the city, because that's where there's also signage up there. Now, to be fair, I'm not a big fan of us just having green space and then we mow it, we spray it, and what have you, because that's wasted sustainable space. If we could hide a parking area inside trees, and it was a fully permeable gravel lot or something, but it was hidden, and it didn't affect the gateway effect of the north part of town, I'm on board with you.
I just came up with the idea looking at Street View.
We could probably get a dozen vehicles worth of parking squeezed in there. That would be it, though.
You had something you wanted to add? No?
No, other
Ms.
than-
Coda, is that something you could look into and?
Yeah, so I would have to research a little bit more. So this is the MDOT right-of-way right here. Obviously, this is city right-of-way. I would have to provide some research information to see where MDOT owns type of a deal, like how does this area work type of a deal.
I think he's thinking further to the left of where you are right now.
So where these existing
Where
trees
those
are.
station is?
Where the
Yeah.
trees are.
The trees and then further down to the bottom of that view.
So, yeah, they're in the easement. The thing we're gonna run into, just thinking out loud right here, the existing sidewalk on the east side of the road goes to here and it stops, essentially it's goes through the approach. It's set up that way, but it dead ends right here. So if we're adding parking on this side of the roadway, we also have to fit a sidewalk in here and then try to fit the parking on this side too. It's something that can be looked at, but then we're potentially taking down I'm looking right now, extending the sidewalk along here and then find parking spot or even angle parking spots. We're probably taking down most of these trees.
You're moving the trees. These are easily moved trees.
These ones I think might be easily removed.
Unless this is a 5-year-old Street
It says
View.
they're 8-foot pines.
Well, this is a 2017 Street View, so
I think these ones.
here's a 2025 Street View. They're much bigger now.
Melissa.
These ones right here. Being the pines, but I think these ones are essentially taller and essentially also screening, I'm looking at Street View right now, is screening the existing dumpster that's right here in front of the gas station.
Unless there's a rush, you still have to check on the timing.
I can check on the timing. If you guys
come
want to
back.
proceed with concept 2, I can have then our engineering consultant look at to see what possibly parking options can happen on the east side of the street and bring it back as a staff report.
So that black dotted line south of that's Ghaffari Properties, is not our property. So actually some of those trees, by the looks of it, are technically on their property, not on right of way.
So
is that how I'm
yes,
go underneath that line.
These two are on private property.
And
yes.
also to the right, it looks like the center line of some of those trees is actually on private property versus our property as well.
Right. That one appears to be on private property,
That's what I was missing.
public right of way. Just looking at essentially where they got the center of the tree and during the topographic survey.
Okay, so the gravel idea wouldn't work. It's a different concept. I missed that piece. So funny. We could still get 4 parking spots in there and relocate trees to further north along there and get the same effect for tree coverage and moisture absorption through the ground, though.
Okay, I think we're far enough along with, she's got her marching orders, right? Yes, Commissioner Host.
Something early on that the multimodal, no, actually it was the parking assessment, the advisory parking board asked us to give the 6 spots in front of the Pearl condominium complex to the Pearl, and they recommended no, and we did that. And where I'm headed is Douglas Cleaners is up there. Parking at that, just south of the light, is very difficult. It is way overused and abused. So any metered parking, for instance, that we could do north here could easily not only gain us some revenue, but relieve a lot of frustration from people trying to be at the north end of Old Woodward.
I will add that we allowed them to use street parking to fulfill their requirement, and we counted the parking that they had inside the building for retail. And we asked that they put up signage inviting their retail customers to park in there. They did not. You can go in there and it will be empty. And we haven't really enforced having them, use the parking that they have. I don't know how you do it, but making them put up a sign at least that says, patron parking. Okay, so no vote.
Well, there is a suggested motion.
Oh, for the,
And if I could, real fast, in
Yeah, there are
case
one or two.
I forgot to mention this, in this location right here, the planning department got a grant to install a bus shelter in this location right here. So the same engineering consultant we're using for the design for North Orr Woodward is also helping the planning department to design this. So this is what you're going to see upcoming here in the future is a new bus stop installed, a curb in this location right here, and then the sidewalk ramp. So that will also help delineate someone coming southbound to make sure you're turning this way, and then that you're staying through the straight through and going through Oak intersection.
And is there already a bus stop there, but there is no shelter?
Right.
Okay.
So hang on.
do you want to vote tonight?
Hang on a quick sec. I missed that bit with the bus stops. So we've got two bus stops that are within 100 yards of each other?
Yes, we do.
Why?
And I don't know offhand if it's different bus routes themselves.
Yeah.
Are they
I also
the
don't
same
love that the one
direction or different?
is immediately after an
same side of the
intersection. I
street.
feel like that's
That just
asking for
seems
trouble.
just
Yeah, they're both current bus stops.
Where's the other one?
The other one is
Further up.
located.
Yeah, we're delineating it right at the north end.
further right up at the north part of it when you first come in, right there.
Right there.
There's the other one. It's
And
100
whose
yards
bus stops
away.
are they? They're both SEMTA?
They're both existing ones out there, yes.
Well, I would say we should
Consolidate into one that's in the
figure
middle.
out who's in charge of bus stops. And, no, really.
Yeah.
I mean, one bus stop.
Mr. Dupuy is our.
Well, wait, one of those
Oh,
bus stops
but
is
I
3 parking
suspect that
spots.
SEMTA,
Yeah, I'm sure it's a
are they called SEMTA still?
No.
Do we know if there's a shelter on the north stop?
There is not.
There is not. So there's no shelter on either stop right now.
Currently, they got a grant for the south one.
Yeah, and we have a grant for the south one.
I would go back and ask them, what's the logic of having 2 bus stops? Because if we...
Kill this one, turn it into parking.
This one is 3 to 4 parking spots right there, and if it doesn't have a shelter and then 100 yards away, the bus stops again.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
Probably
the
not the
opposite,
same.
though. I feel like putting a bus stop immediately after an intersection feels like a bad idea.
They're both
right?
immediately after
Like
an
the light turns
intersection,
green,
though.
the bus goes 100 feet and then stops, and nobody else can get through the intersection. That feels.
It pulls off to the side with the plan.
Do you think that there's enough room to get around it? Maybe
Well,
there is.
but on the plan, those people turn, don't they?
You cannot proceed.
Stop.
Okay.
Everybody,
Yeah.
stop. Let's get
Oh, you're
control. What do you need? Do you need a vote on, so we want you to look into parking, we want you to look into bus stops. Do you need a vote on which design otherwise we prefer?
Yes. so that
Do we
way
have a
have-
motion? Yes, please.
Make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the proposed concept 2 for the North Old Woodward project and to investigate adding additional parking as discussed.
Second.
Discussion. Public. If you're online, use the raise your hand function. Anybody? Because I'm, okay. No, seeing no comment. There is money involved probably, so we have to do a roll call.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Cole,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes. Okay.
Just a quick question, if I may. Did we not want to just make sure that it also covers questioning the need for 2 bus stops in such close proximity? Because that wasn't included in the motion.
No, it's not in the motion, but neither
But
was
they
the
have
parking
direction.
I
thing.
just wanted to make sure it was covered. Well, no, she added it. She added it.
We move to commission items for future discussion. Motion's required to bring it up. We all know that. At the next reasonable end agenda, no discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Commissioner Host.
A lot of downtown commercial developments use our public roads for months or years at a time, as well as they remove parking from the sides of our public roads, metered parking, which I mentioned to you everything I'm talking about is $5,600 a year, each meter. And I think I'd like to make a resolution that we discuss the city's policy regarding developers' responsibility for lost parking revenue and inconvenience of shutting down our public roads during their construction.
Did we not direct staff to implement this and do it on
Yeah, we did.
future
Yeah,
projects?
We did, and it's
We
been
did.
implemented.
Yes.
It's already been done. You were here.
Thank you.
Anything else? I have a couple of items. Ms. Mallon was here earlier to ask that we discuss with police and the administration, what if the Department of Homeland Security comes to town? So I would like a report on that, and that's something we probably ought to discuss. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, we have 5-1 with Mr. Hague, Commissioner Hague. I also think that very interesting, now this may be something that we decide to tack on to the infrastructure master plan, but there were really good comments earlier about the bonds that we take from contractors and how we capture some of that money and then what we do with that money. So I was always aware of the bonds we took when they cut the road and, dug a trench and then filled it in. But the notion that we might look at the whole street and if it's even possible to determine the extent to which maybe the street has been damaged by a particular project, I don't know if that's possible, but I'd like to discuss it. And if we keep that money, what do we do with it? So that's what I would like to do.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that one was unanimous. Next up, we have...
I got one that I'd like to add.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're always happy to talk.
And I know, as you said, we talk about it a lot, but parking, particularly south of Old Woodward, and how we're going to, or south of Maple, sorry, on south of Old Woodward. Now between the loading and unloading that's happening consistently on a day-to-day basis, maybe it's parking and traffic, because what's happening is people that don't, let's say you come from Livonia, you're in Birmingham once every other year. You're turning the left-hand lane, it's bumper to bumper between people delivering to the Daxton or wherever, and they get in the left-hand lane and they're going 20 miles an hour. They don't know that they're stopped and they're not going to move if they're not paying absolute attention.
Okay, I'm going to try to boil this down to
a
motion, but I'm not sure what it would be.
Here's
what is it you want to discuss?
I would love to know, based on current density, what is the number of parking spaces required in the old parking assessment district? And one of the reasons I bring it up is because I watched a planning board meeting where a developer was going to develop the building over in the southeast corner. He seemed to have an absolute guarantee surety of the number of parking spaces he required, and that the city was absolutely wrong. Now, He could be right, we could be right. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how that, this is for items that we're going to bring up. We're going to decide to ask for, eventually, for some reporting from the commission, and we're going to take action on it. I'm not sure what the initiative is that,
Solving, in my view, it's solving parking constraints that exist.
okay, I guess that's a motion.
Second.
Okay. Well,
It's okay, there was a motion and a second. It sounds like a lot of information needs to be shared with Commissioner Kolb about some history from the past 5 years. That may be very important and enlightening to you. So maybe what I would suggest, I mean, there's a motion on the floor, you guys got to vote on that. But also perhaps,
The only thing I can find on our site is 2018.
Fine.
So if there's other stuff,
yeah.
Are we
I joined
all
the
taking the
commission.
motion now?
No, well, to the, yeah, we can discuss the motion, but we can't discuss the topic. So the motion, to me,
That's what I'm going to ask about, is I'm trying to figure out what exactly
well, we
we're trying to
we
do.
can't change the motion.
No, we can't change it, but I'm,
But to me, it's vague. It's too broad. It's not focused enough.
No.
And
And there's no outcome that creates parking from the motion, so.
Maybe if I got my interpretation of what the question maybe would help. Again, it's my interpretation.
Yeah, it's on the motion, sure.
The way I heard it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and this is the way I view it. For the buildings we have, for the parking requirements of each building that we have, irrelevant of what it is, how many parking spots does each one need? Add the cumulative together, because that to me is what the cumulative need is.
It's not that simple. And now we're getting into discussing the topic, not the motion.
Right.
It's the topic, not the motion, so let's, I'll talk parking all day with you on a day when I don't have anything else to do. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's a tie, so it fails. Okay, anything else? All right, I need a motion on the next item.
Resolution to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15-.268, Section 8, parens 1, parens E of the Open Meetings Act to discuss pending litigation entitled the City of Birmingham v. the Community House Association, Birmingham, Michigan, Oakland County Circuit Business Court Case Number 2025-2219218 CB, Honorable Michael Warren.
second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes?
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Recused.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Excellent. Oh, we didn't do the commission item, well, there wasn't. Okay.
What about the secretary report?
Yeah, I suppose we could go to, hi, you're up late. We do have let's start with communications. We have communications regarding the community house. We have commissioner reports, a notice of intention to appoint to the multimodal board. I have a commissioner report. The city manager and I went to a Southeast Michigan Mayor's SOCMA, South Oakland County Mayors Association, and in addition to some delicious gluten-free cookies, we heard an excellent presentation on waste management. They call it, somebody brought this up at a recent meeting, the circular economy, and what Oakland County is doing to do more recycling. And a couple of things stood out. One was that food waste by pound represents like almost twice as much waste as the next largest category. It was crazy. all this information is available on the Oakland County website, and maybe we can also link to it through the city's website. It was really interesting. And the other thing was that everybody sort of agrees that the answer to this is education, telling people, what they can do to recycle, to compost. Those are the big things. And so there's progress to be made. And I think we all are in favor of progress. So, any other commissioner reports? Any commissioner comments? In city staff, we have the second quarter financial report and the second quarter investment report. And our city finance director is here. Would you like to make a presentation, or are you only here to answer questions?
I'm just here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. So, does anybody have any questions on this? Okay. Okay. I don't have any questions, but I will say that the presentation of this report and the fact that all of our financial information is available online is an indication of the transparency that we have with regard to finances, and also the oversight role that we play in this whole process. The fact that we don't have any questions tells me there's a great deal of trust here, and I believe in trust and verify. Unfortunately, I was too busy to dig into this, so I have no questions. But once a year, maybe once a quarter, once a year, each of us ought to sort of pick this thing and look at it and feel like you got a good feeling about it. Okay, right? And we kept you up all this time for nothing. Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
We also have a South Oakland County Water, SOCWA, Water Authority, second quarterly report. That's in agenda. Anybody can look at it. We can now bang the gavel to go into closed session. Meeting is being recorded. Good evening. It is 11:20 PM, and we just came out of a closed session in which we discussed the City of Birmingham versus the Community House Association, and we are happy to give you a brief update. Since our last update, we received a letter from attorneys for the Community House who renewed the invitation to have us make an offer on the building. They gave us a tour of the building just this morning. They have provided us with some information about its maintenance and have said they will sit down with us to discuss an offer. Their invitation, however, included a timeline that would be difficult for any governmental body to meet, but we are hopeful that they will recognize our good faith, that we too see that time is of the essence, and give us the grace necessary to carry out our responsibilities. With everything we do on this matter, including with our lawsuit, the city's singular goal is to see that the property's deed and the association's founding documents are honored. Those documents dictate that the building be used as a center for civic, social, and philanthropic activities for the residents of the city of Birmingham. And if the Community House Association dissolves or abandons its charitable purpose, that the building be given to another nonprofit organization within the city of Birmingham or leased to the city at a nominal rate. If we have updates before our next meeting, we will send them out on our social media and other channels. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.